Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Who's ready for another day? Today's kind of a busy morning, but I'm excited. I think it's going to be a good day. We'll see. I'm doing something new today. Nothing has changed with the strategy today, but I am doing something new in basically a requirement I have to do before market open. So on TradeZella, for those who use it or don't use it, good morning, Darkai. I see you are here. You were like one of the first ones here. I love it. Good morning. Good morning. The cool thing on TradeZella, you can create like your playbook rules. So I've created playbook rules for me, and I've created a pre-market analysis rule book. So every day I'm gonna come in here, which I think I need to change it because there's this thing you can do with view my day, and you can like start your day and have this checklist. I need to figure out, I forgot how to edit that. But I think I want to do it like this. So then we have our daily checklist every single day. And I want to add it from the playbook. So our 2025 playbook, which is our rules. So every morning, hold on. I think there might be a, so Bitcoin is diving right now, but still no entry opportunities here. You could consider that one, but when we get into my playbook, it'll make sense why I'm not taking that. And before I even start trading every day, I have to mark out the day higher time frame, day highs and lows. Mark out the ranges on the 4 hour higher time frame. And as you can see on Bitcoin right now, it's not really, it doesn't have a range yet, but it's clearly pushing above these highs, right? And attacking external range liquidity. Now, I'm interested to see, how does Bitcoin react at this external range liquidity? Do we have an aggressive push down, indicating that we're going to attack some of these internal range liquidities on the higher time frame, these red boxes, and maybe even external range liquidity that's down even lower, or even like session lows and so on and so forth? Okay. Then I need to mark out 1 hour ranges. Then from there, we mark out previous session highs and lows in the 1 hour time frame. Then we need to mark out the 30-minute higher time frame range, internal range liquidity, and external range liquidity, because these will be the most important ones for our 5-minute entries. And then from there, we go down to the lower time frame, and we indicate whether we headed to discount or premium or discount. And then also, are there any 5-minute fair value gaps that we can target on the 5-minute? And right now, the only one I'm really seeing is this one here. And I want to see what price does here. So I'm not taking this trade here. It did kind of invert this guy, but I don't like it very much. So I'm going to be more patient and see what it does with this only fair value gap below us. And now we're creating a big fair value gap above us that maybe it'll flip and give us a fair value gap and give us a inverted bearish fair value gap for a bullish entry signal. Okay, I'm just making sure NQ isn't missing anything. Now, something for my entry model. Okay, entry model needs to be on the lower time frame in the 5-minute. Okay, needs to be within or reached to a higher time frame point of interest. So for me, I'm not really interested in entering a position until it's reached a higher time frame point of interest, and then I will consider that trade. Because what I found is that if you wait for price to tap into a higher time frame point of interest, then wait for your entry signals, it's a much higher probability. When I tend to enter positions that are like up here, kind of like in discovery almost of like what's going to happen today, and I try to take that position, usually what I find is it bites me in the butt. So I'm going to be more patient and wait for price to potentially tap into higher time frame points of interest. And 30-minute right now has no fair value gap here. And the nearest fair value gap is down here on the 30-minute, and then these guys down here. There is this too that I am kind of interested in, which which is just like this low, which is overlapped with the previous session high. You also have now this external range liquidity up here, right? We have this external range liquidity. So if price fails to go lower, we're probably going to target this external range liquidity on the 30-minute and potentially the day high over here. What other lows can we mark out? We also have these lows down here. Okay, and then I'll even mark out these lows down here. It looks like NQ actually might be giving me an entry signal. Bitcoin's getting close too. All right, I'm gonna focus in real fast. I think I'm gonna get a position on NQ right now. It's inverted a fair value gap, and I'm gonna be targeting a higher time frame point of interest, and it rejected off the 200 EMA pretty aggressively, actually. Okay, let's see. Oh my, it didn't tap me in. Was I just a little too late? Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay. I'm in a position on MNQ. I'm not shooting for a big move, just a little move here on MNQ. Because I'm going against the trend. I've cut my risk in half. And I am just shooting for a little scalp. Bitcoin. If it inverts here, I'll be open to taking a trade here, but it's going to be on the lower end of like my size, even though we can't really make a big position size anyways. But I would only be shooting for, if it gives it to us, not a huge move on this trade. And then we do have red folder news at 7 a.m. But I'm not too concerned with it. I don't think it's something too pressing. Okay, we're going to see how this candle finishes out for us. See if it ends up giving us what we want. All right. The fact that it's pushing so hard here, I might be patient here. Because it's almost to a higher time frame point of interest. We'll see. It's got a minute left on this candle. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna leave it there just in case if it fixes this candle, but right now I would not take that. Where's our, okay, it's way down there. Okay, failed. Move this guy away. Is there any fair value gaps above us? There's one up here. I would love to see it tap into this red box and kind of come back up. Looks like our in Q position. It did the inversion like I wanted it to, but it looks like it's not gonna play out. And I think it's gonna be looking bullish. We'll see what it does in this next minute and a half. If it closes like that, I'm gonna. Okay, Bitcoin looks like it's respecting this fair value gap, respecting these lows. Looks like it's gonna want to be pushing higher, which is good for this up here. So hopefully we can get a bullish inversion up here. I'm gonna close out my NQ position. It's ranging around the 200 and looking like it's getting very bullish. So I'm gonna see what it does around the 200 EMA and then make my decision. And by the way, for our Bitcoin over here, we haven't taken any positions this morning. Nothing has presented itself yet. So just trying to be patient here on this one. What I'm seeing on higher time frames, it looks like price wants to push up higher. But also this could be manipulation for that correction we've been waiting on. For price to come down to these lows and into discount before it pushes up even higher. So this could be like kind of like consolidation, manipulation, and then distribution, right? So we'll see what it actually plays out today, but it's continually looking bullish though this morning. The way it's reacting off this fair value gap, these lows here to the left, we'll see. I think the way price is reacting here, it looks like sellers are not in control, right? It looks like buyers keep stepping in. So I'm going to be patient, even if it inverts this fair value gap. I'm going to wait to see what it does, because down here we have a lot of liquidity. We have a previous session high. We have a 30-minute low. We have a previous week high and a day low, all stacked on top of each other. So my guess is price will come down here, take out some of this, and then you'll see some bullish formations, and then we will be able to go long. Oh. I hope these are all. So I'm gonna be patient here. There's a lot of liquidity down here. a lot. And depending on how price reacts down here, will give me more information for, you know, some of these other fair value gaps down here. Right, we have lower time frame fair value gaps down there. We have another one here. Right, so like if we displace below this low here and like get aggressive with the shorts, then maybe we might just have an opportunity to go short, but I want to be patient here. All right, that 30-minute and 5 are like overlapped perfectly. There we go. We got a whole bunch of the 5s marked out that are open. Okay, let's see what price does here on this low. We tapped in the higher time frame point of interest, the 30-minute fair value gap. We're soon to tap some of these session highs and 30-minute lows and week highs and day lows. So lots of liquidity right here, right under this red box. Nice, Shamik. Heck yeah, dude. Congratulations on that. Killing it over there. Yeah, BLOFIN is a great exchange. BLOFIN or WEEX or BITUNIX, all those exchanges that I'm an affiliate with, I really like every single one of them. They're great exchanges. So if you want to get into futures trading, I recommend hopping on one of those exchanges. You can demo trade on those exchanges. So if you want to get comfortable with the site, how to execute a trade, how to put a stop loss, so on and so forth, they have paper trading on all their sites. You can use leverage. You can do other things. You can even trade some of the higher cap meme coins, even some lower cap meme coins on the charts. But yeah, I recommend it. It's a lot less volatile than memes. Okay, Bitcoin is now about to tap into those session highs, a 30-minute low, and a lot of other liquidity down here. So it's tapping to one of the sets. Let's see what it does here. I want to see something too. So if we would have went for the 2, okay, if it displaces here, could have hit it, but also could very much bounce right here. We also had this really big 5-minute fair value gap. That if it displaces below those lows, instead of bouncing, it would invert this entire 5-minute fair value gap, a really big 5-minute fair value gap. Player, what's up, dude? Good morning.
The market is open.
Okay, here's some of that volume coming in here. And it's 7 a.m. So Red Folder News came out. Let's see what the Red Folder News will, ended up being. Oh, bullish. PMI, up 0.7. Higher than expected. So it's bullish. Oh, we haven't ever had bullish Red Folder News in a minute. Okay, let's go to okay, we're inside the orb too. Let's see what happens here. Here. All right. Let's see what happens here. Now we got the orb. We have like some of the price ranging. We have opportunities. I'm gonna delete this guy just so it looks cleaner. I know if we break to the downside, we've inverted this fair value gap. Oh, I just realized. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. Now that we have an orb, let's see if we start breaking up and inversing these fair value gaps. We've inversed this guy. I'm going to delete this guy because this box is no longer relevant. And I'm interested to see, what do we do with these fair value gaps up here? Or do we start breaking down and inversing these fair value gaps? Because right now we're in a higher time frame point of interest. We've hit some liquidity. And it's very, very bullish in regards to the higher time frames. So we'll see what actually goes down. Is this still the unicorn strategy, or did you make some changes? Nope, still the unicorn slash inverse fair value gaps, right? So this morning here, actually, what time was this at? Right here was actually a unicorn, right there. But you would have had to wait for the fair value gap to form, and it would have never tapped you in. So we'll see what happens right there. Dude, do you know the news about Michael Som saying about next crypto gold rush? I don't think so. Michael Somshin. I don't think I know who that is. I think a lot of people have, you know, right, speculated Michael Saylor's like one of the big guys always talking about, you know, Bitcoin's gold rush. I think if you're in the space, you know it's coming. It's just a matter of like when, not if. Okay. All right, let's see what happens here. Okay, it's starting to look a little bullish here. All right, just need to grab something real fast. Ice is weird right now. Okay. Decided to post something real fast. It's 7 in the morning over there. Yep, it's 7 a.m. for me. Yeah. Okay, price on NQ has been really wonky this morning. It's like price doesn't know what to do with bullish red folder news. It hasn't had bullish red folder news in so long, and it's like, what do I do with this? Yeah, all red this week minus today. PMI. We'll see what it gives me. I would love for it to go bullish. Kind of continues, same for Bitcoin, kind of continued yesterday's momentum. I mean, look what Bitcoin's doing, right? It tapped into this higher time frame point of interest, some of this liquidity down here, and it's starting to push up. So if it inverses this fair value gap, I'd be comfortable with taking that. By the way it's reacted to this higher time frame point of interest and this liquidity. So I'm open to taking it. Because it's nothing. Yeah, we don't have a fair value gap here. So if it does invert it, we're not going super far. We're just probably like going to the 2.5, and shooting for that. We'll see what it gives us though. We're pretty much aiming for the external range liquidity here. That's what we'd be kind of shooting for if we are able to get a scalp here. Maybe a little higher. We'll see what the fib does, or like gives us. Like, say if it was like that. Oh no, that'd be perfect. Yeah, we'd be like at the top of the orb if it inverted, depending on how deep it goes, right? But yeah, we'd be right around our target. I wouldn't want to go much higher than this. But then once it breaks out of orb and then inverses this guy, then that can give me more context of like, okay, maybe we will break to the day high up here and maybe even further. And I'm also kind of interested to see if Bitcoin starts pushing up, what does NQ also do? And then how do they react to each other? Yeah, seriously, the market's not moving at all. I've been waiting for a move for a while too on gold. Yeah. Yeah, NQ, I took that one position, but it wasn't looking promising. And it's still just ranging right now within the orb. And really, NQ, the only thing I have is a bullish fair value gap above me, and then bullish or bearish fair value gaps below me, but it's in a higher time frame point of interest, so I need to see what happens down there. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to be patient today on the market of what it's gonna do. Like same for Bitcoin, all these fair value gaps on here are in this 30-minute fair value gap. So I'd want to be careful of how price reacts here, because if we start inverting these to the downside, there's the 200 EMA down here too. That could be a big support that allows us not to fall further. And so if we start trying to take scalps here to the downside, it's not going to work, because if this 200 EMA holds, you know, we're going to get stuck and then get trapped in that short. So there's some things to take note of. NQ looks like it's holding below the 200 EMA right now, which could be a future indicator of Bitcoin, but we'll see. Okay, looks like we might get an opportunity here. Nice thing is we just be shooting for the orb high. I really like this, actually, this setup that might come here. Because I think market is kind of figuring itself out right now, especially after yesterday's big pump, right? Out of this consolidation. There's no more fair value gaps on the 30-minute that have formed. So yeah, we'll see what goes down today. And Q starting to look bullish. We can delete these guys so they don't get confused. All right, let's see. All right, let's see what this next candle gives us. This candle inverts this fair value gap, we'll be open to entering this position. Why? Because it not only tapped into a higher time frame point of interest, it tapped into this liquidity down here and gave us a bullish reaction, inverting fair value gaps to the upside. And our targets with this candle, if we mark it out so far, would be right to a point of interest for us, right? We're shooting for price to attack external range liquidity, which this move right here currently would give us that attack if we're shooting for 2.5 here on this fib retracement. So I'm comfortable taking this position if it gives it to us. We need to wait for a candle closure above this fair value gap, inversing it. Just gonna kind of move it up as it goes, preparing ourselves. Stop loss for me, yeah, it's gonna be at these lows here, at the session lows. So is everything ready? Yep. TP and stop loss. Stop loss is 95771.9. Okay. Entry price currently would be right around here, but we'll see what it plays out to do, and then we'll 100%. So we'll risk about $22. That's perfect. It's perfect. So right now, TP would be right around our external range liquidity. So if price, looks like it's gonna push up a little. If price keeps going to higher than our external range liquidity, I'm not sure if I'll shoot for that. I might just shoot for 2. We'll see. Because also there's the orb high here, right? So if price can break out of the orb, it'd be great. And the nice thing is stop loss would be at orb low. So this position could be, we could be catching the day move here on Bitcoin. We'll see. We'll see how it all plays out, right? We got to kind of wait. Long now? Yep, that's where I'd be looking. But what do you prefer trading, INQ or BTC? Honestly, I like trading them both. I like BTC because I love crypto. Like I'm a really big crypto fan. So I love trading like cryptocurrencies and stuff. Yeah, I like starting to learn, INQ and with the prop firms and stuff. On one? No, I'm on the 5-minute for me, but I need to see it invert this fair value gap. So it's not as soon as it closes. I need to see it invert the fair value gap. And honestly, right now, I'm not loving this candle, so we'll see. Like this big wick, I don't love, because now my entry would be up here on this red line, and candle's already way down there. So I don't know if I will be entering. The next minute will tell me what I'll do in this candle before it closes. If it leaves me a massive wick like this, like a really big wick, I might wait for it to invert the second fair value gap instead of the first one. We'll see. 40 seconds on this candle. So this is looking better. And you'll know if I enter, I'll say something. Okay, it gave it to us. It inverted, but I don't love it because it's so far up. Literally our entry would be here. Yeah, I'm gonna be patient here. I don't like that my entry is literally way above the current candle close, so I'm just gonna be a little bit more patient here. See what we get. I'm not trying to be super eager right now, because right, we could be at a top of a range where price actually wants to push down, and so I didn't want to enter when my price is way above the candle. Like if it was a candle closure up here and then my price is a little bit below the candle, sure, I'm down to enter that one. But that wick, I didn't love that. And there's no fair value gaps. Oh, there is one here. There's this one here. So we'll see what price does. And we're leaving a fair value gap potentially right here. So I'm gonna see how price reacts to this fair value gap, which is really close to our orb high. So if price is still inverting candles or fair value gaps up to here, we could break out of orb, and then that could be a good signal for us to head higher. But we also have a fair value gap down here that if we start inverting and heading to the downside, could be a signal there. But let's see. And look at how 30-minute is reacting to this fair value gap down here, right? Tapped into it here, respected it. Tapped into it here, respected it. But notice how this candle has no wick. There's no wick on this candle. So that's the candle telling you something, that the sellers were very strong here. The buyers on this candle were not winning on this candle, which would indicate that these buyers maybe are not going to be as strong as we think. We'll see though. We gotta let the candles tell us what's going to go down. But that 30-minute candle doesn't look super great to the upside. Entry, you're using the 15-minute orb for your orb setup, right? Today I actually used the 30-minute orb because I'm using a lot of the 30-minute higher time frame points of interest. So today I'm actually using the 30-minute orb. So I'm kind of like integrating the 30-minute and the 5 together, and seeing how price is going to react, you know, from this 30-minute orb. Because 15-minute orb, I think would have been, yeah, 15-minute orb is up here a little bit more. So like 15-minute orb, that would have been a signal of it breaking, right? And now it's kind of like consolidating within the orb. So we'll see. NQ is also looking bullish, so Bitcoin's kind of heading to the upside. NQ look like it's heading to the upside, so all right, in 30 minutes, I do have a digital event. So I have the spaces that I host with my clients. So in about 40 minutes or 35 minutes, I do have to kind of mute, and we'll put on the space on the side as we watch the trade. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see what happens. But I'm being patient today. I did a lot of back testing. I really thought through, right, with all these rules for myself of like, how can I make sure I take the proper trades, right? How do I make sure I can be more patient and wait for the candles to do what I want, right? So, right, today we waited for the higher time frame point of interest to see what price did there. it respected it and actually displaced a little, creating a fair value gap. Price came down to that fair value gap, respected it, continued momentum to the upside. So now we've inverted one fair value gap. We're not taking that position yet. Okay. And let's see what we react to this fair value gap up here and this high, right? And let's see what happens. I think we're being patient. I think we're being smart here. And I think that will pay out and play off well. Because patience is profit. Like I've said that many times in our live streams and stuff, but patience is profit. It really is. Like, you want to become a profitable trader, learn how to have patience, learn how to read, you know, structure what liquidity is going to do, and then go from there. Win rate on the back test. I've been kind of bouncing around. So the inverse fair value gap and unicorn one I've been doing, it's 72% win rate. Inverse fair value gap 5 minute is 65% win rate. And then this monocorn one that I just did was 76% win rate. So they're all above 65% win rate. When I'm doing it right. When I'm doing it right. And that's been, I think, probably some of the hardest things for me. It's like in the back testing, it's working. It's working in the back testing, but for some reason when I come to live market, I don't know if I'm messing it up in my head or something, but it's not working in the market. So I'm trying to be very mechanical with this, so I just don't even have to think. I just execute, right? And so for me, I'm just waiting for the candles to do what I want, and I don't care if it goes up or down. I don't have a bias right now. I really don't care. I just want to take note of, okay, there's liquidity down here. There's liquidity here. There's also liquidity up here and liquidity even higher that if price really wanted to run, it could go up there, right? So for me, I'm just looking, liquidity acts as a magnet for price. So which magnet right now, this external liquidity up here or this internal range liquidity, which magnet is going to be stronger right now? And that's what I'm kind of waiting for. Yeah. And I think that's been me lately, is I've been very like stressed and like, not stressed, but like very anxious in the market because I want this to work so bad. And I'm trying to get that out of here. So then I'm just mechanical and just look at what the candles are telling me and execute. So like right now, the candles are telling me we're probably going to continue to the upside. And I want to see what it does here, right? And again, we're still in the orb. Even on the 15-minute orb, we're still in the orb. Right, and NQ right now is pumping and actually about to test the top of the orb. And if it breaks out, there is a fair value gap for me on the NQ above price. So that would give me an entry signal for a long. So if NQ is going long, that's a good confluence for Bitcoin, that probably Bitcoin is going to go long, because NQ and S&P 500, they kind of follow each other. And then what they do kind of leads what potentially Bitcoin will do. Not all the time. It's not like perfect, but oftentimes it does. Yeah, I get that, Dark Eye. I get that. Like, you're trying to force it because you're like, I need the money to pay bills and stuff. If that's your trading, right? If you're trading to pay bills, Dark Eye, I think that's going to play against you. Ultimately, when you're trading and you're relying on that money every single month, you're going to force trades. You're going to get really emotional. You're going to get stressed out and anxious when it comes to the trades, if you're losing or winning, right? And I would encourage you, try to not rely on trading as your income. Try to first just focus on getting profitable and don't rely on this as a source of income, because as soon as you rely on a source of income, it changes the entire state of trading and you start forcing trades, you start over trading. When you see you're in negative, it's going to really drain you because you're like, man, that's money I needed, right? I would encourage you, do not trade if you're relying on the trading money. I think it's good to trade and learn, but if you're relying on this money to live, that's not, you should first become profitable and find like it's another source of income. If it's a job that works with you working in, like, say if it's a night shift, because you can work in the morning and do your day trading, practicing day trading, you work later in the day or something. I would highly recommend. Every single professional trader I've ever heard says, do not rely on day trading as your source of income until you've done it for years and you know you have a system and a model that works, right? And then you can rely on it. But if you're learning out and you're starting out, I highly recommend you, just because I'm more saying this just because I care about you. It's not going to be helpful for you, and ultimately probably hurt you more than help. It was really bad. Yeah. Okay, NQ actually just broke out of the orb. It didn't inverse my fair value gap, but it's showing bullish momentum, showing some bullish change of structures and breaking some highs. So I'm thinking Bitcoin might start doing the same. If Bitcoin inverts this fair value gap, I might be open to taking that long, depending on how the candle looks. I don't want my entry above the candle close, if that makes sense. Like this candle, right? Let's see what it does here, but I'm kind of interested to see how does NQ react to the orb high. There's a fair value gap now to the downside, actually. That NQ could inverse. Okay, we got a new 30-minute candle here on Bitcoin. Nothing's really changed. No fair value gaps added. Okay, we inverted this fair value gap, but look what Bitcoin's doing here. It's got a fair value gap down here. It's got two fair value gaps down here now. It's respected that fair value gap up here. It tapped into it and it respected it. Can you see yourself as a full-time trader in the future living off of it? Yes, that's my goal. That is my goal. I think if we invert this fair value gap to the downside, I'm gonna take that one. Cause this 30-minute again, look at the 30-minute, right? It tapped into this day high liquidity up here, rejected off the day high. It looks like it potentially wants to push down. And it respected the 5-minute, respected this fair value gap, tapped in it and instantly rejected off. And then not only rejected off, but then instantly inverted a fair value gap. Let's see what happens here. Stop loss would actually be this external range of liquidity up here. All right. I'm glad I was patient on this. And for me on this short, I'm not shooting for 2.5 because it's going against the higher time frame trends, right? Which is very bullish. I would just be shooting for 2 on this one. But it looks like I actually might not do it. 30 seconds left on this candle. Okay. We're not doing that. Looks like it respected a fair value gap again. See what it does up here. See if it'll invert it. I'm gonna go to the restroom real fast. We got 5 minutes. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, Dark Eye. If you use TradeZella, it's actually a really awesome backtesting tool. I don't know if it was you who were asking for it the other day or it was someone else. Okay. This is looking pretty good. We inverted a bearish fair value gap over here. Respected these bullish fair value gaps down here and inverting another one. I'm gonna set up for this guy and we'll see. What I also could wait for is an orb break. So what I could wait for is a break of the orb, retest, and then you enter on the second candle when it kind of just displaces off the orb. That's another thing too I could wait for here. I want to see how this candle closes. If the candle closes where the entry is above the close of the candle, I will not enter this one. I'll wait. But if the candle's closing strong outside of the orb, then I will enter and put my entry right there. So we'll see if it gives that to me. Price. Stop loss. We'll just do it right there. B. Okay. And it looks like NQ is actually give me another entry and one that I like. Oh, come on, why is it not letting me? Okay. Did not give it to me on Bitcoin. It gave it to me on NQ. We'll see if NQ taps me in. But we didn't get the entry on Bitcoin yet. You can see the profit factor on TradeZella, and if so, what's the profit factor on your backtesting? I can go into that in a little bit. Let me just first lock in here real quick, but we can go into that. I have 20 minutes until the event too. No way, is NQ not gonna tap me in? Like, really? I guess I could show you real fast. So profit factor, like say for this inverse fair value gap and unicorn one, you go to session results. And then when you're in session results, you see trade win percentage, profit factor, day win percentage, and average win to loss a trade. So pretty good stats here on this one. Dude, I don't think NQ is gonna tap me in. That sucks. But NQ finally gave me a bullish signal, and then it's not going to tap me in. That stinks. This is insane. Now to be fair on this back test, there's not much data. I haven't put much time in on it. I've only put in 6 days of back testing on it. I need to put some more time in on it, but I like to get 6 months on my strat. And this strategy, the inverse and fair value gap, or inverse and unicorn, this one I'm planning on. I don't think we're going to be changing this much. I think one of my biggest issues I'm also doing with this trading challenge is that I'm not giving a strategy enough time. Like, I'll just do like a month or like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Like, I need to give it time to like actually practicing it and actually executing with it. And so I think this inverse fair value gap and unicorn, including the orb and so on and so forth, like, I think it's a pretty solid one. And I know it's worked, because on this backtesting session, it's got a profit factor of, over 3, and it's got a day win percentage, right? Average win is 1.29, win percentage is 72. You go to the other ones that have the inverse fair value gap. So what is this one? This one has a profit factor of 2.39, 65% win rate, 81% day win percentage, average win to loss is 1.27. And then if you look at like how much time I've actually put on this one should have a lot more. All right, so that one entered me in. Okay. Actually, I don't know. Does it not have that many trades? I guess it doesn't have that many trades, so I got to put more time in on this one too. How many trades have I taken? Wait, how does it not have that many trades? I've taken 72 trades. Oh, maybe it's just for this. Yeah. I've taken 72 trades on this back testing session. Oh, wait. All right, we're not missing anything over here. Still hasn't really done what we want. Right? So like, right, they're good results, which for me is indicating like they do work. I just got to put in the time, put in the reps, and it should work out. I think it was, yeah, January we did back testing on it. And so like, I need to put in the reps and put in the time. Here's the unicorn model. Let's see the unicorn model. Unicorn model is 76% win rate, 11.23 profit factor, 88% day per win percentage, and then average win to loss is 3.45. This one we've put in, I'm pretty sure, a lot of time, if I remember correctly. What? Where's all the let's see, how much have we put on this? Model 3, we did 34 trades with that one. So in total with unicorn, inverse fair value gaps, and inverse fair value gaps and unicorn, we've taken, what is this, 90 trades, 120 something trades with it. And they're pretty good stats. So I think I just need to put in the reps and really just get comfortable with it, you know? Because it's not that I don't have a good strategy or something that will work. Yeah, the unicorn was pretty powerful when I was finding it and using it the right way. And so really the one I'm going to work on the most is not these ones. I might just delete these two because this one is basically taking both of those models and combining them together and basically saying like, if there's an inverse fair value gap and then a unicorn on top, here's what you do. If there's just an inverse fair value gap, here's what you do. If there's just a unicorn, here's what you do. Like, and so I have like all these mechanical models to take it to do as you know, I'm growing and basically strengthening the model. So and really I just look at the back testing like the gym. I've said this, but I think I've said this before, but I look at it like the gym. I'm gonna go do back testing, do my reps to get stronger. Don't have to think about it. My muscles are gonna get stronger, right? Like muscles, right? It's all in your, basically your brain. You're going to the gym because it's like is it the Jackie Chan quote or Bruce Lee quote? I don't fear the man that's done oh, what's that Bruce Lee quote? Is it this one? I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Right? And it's that idea with day trading. Can you practice something, the same thing over and over again 10,000 times? Right? Can you get so locked in, you know what it's going to do. You know, you don't even have to think about it. You just react instead of getting like emotional or freaking out. Like, I don't know. You know, when you can test something over and over and over again, you get the data. Then when you come to live market, right, it makes sense. You're like, I know it's going to work. And so that's what I want to do with this new inverse fair value gap and unicorn model that I'm doing. I want to do the Bruce Lee. I want to be the guy that he fears that's the one kick 10,000 times and just do it over and over and over again until I get it locked down in my head. Also our in-queue position's actually doing pretty good. It's breaking out of the orb and pushing up to the upside, and inverse fair value gaps and breaking highs to left. The only thing that makes me kind of nervous is that NQ is tapping into the previous week high. So I'm hoping it can break above that and we can get my TP. We'd make a good amount of money on this trade if we did. Right? Yeah, kick the market right in the teeth. Just like stomp it out, you know? What's up, P2P? Hope you're having a good day. Nice seeing you this morning. Do we have a unicorn over here on NQ? We don't. We don't. And we don't have a unicorn on Bitcoin. This would be the potential unicorn, but there's no fair value gaps. I mean, technically this one's touching it, but I don't consider that. Oh, I guess there is this fair value gap. I guess we kind of do have a unicorn right here. I guess there is a unicorn right here. All right, let's see what NQ does here. I want to see what I'm waiting for Bitcoin now is just I want to see a breakout of the orb here, and then I think that might be the entry signal for us. Oh, I love it. I'm glad you like it, P2P. Yeah, that's going to be something I'm going to do every stream. Basically, before every stream, it's going to be like the accountability. Like, we're going to start our day off, right? Well, I got to figure out how to... hang on. I got to figure out how to do this. Like, if we go back to the tracking, right? You go view my day. I got to figure out how to add my checklist here. And then every single day, we'll add our checklist. We'll mark our notes of, like, today's bullish. Like the overall trend's bullish. We could be looking for a reversal, right? So then we know, like, okay, our overall trend's bullish. So if we're going to take longs, we'll shoot for the 2.5 on those longs. And then if we're going to go short, we're going to shoot for smaller trades because it's like going against the overall trend, right? So it'll hopefully help me just, you know, set up myself up for better success throughout the day. And like, I'm glad I was more patient here and not taking these shorts, right? I could have taken some shorts here, but I didn't because I was like, I know there's a higher time frame point of interest. We haven't created the orb. There's the red filter news. I'm gonna be patient, right? Before I would have just taken this short here, trying to get it, which actually it might have worked. I mean, let's see, it might have worked, but like still, I don't know where it might have worked, but I'm trying to be more patient and more wise when it comes to my entries and market analysis. So all right, NQ's not looking too bad for me right now. It's at the 1.5 profit factor for me, and I needed to hit that 2.5 because it's going with the trend. It's going pro trend, so I'm hoping I can get that 2.5 on NQ on this. It'd be about a $2,000 win over there, but I did have a $1,000 loss this morning on it, so we wouldn't really be sitting that nice. And yesterday was a red day, so we kind of got to get ourselves out of a little bit of a hole on NQ before we're actually like in profit. So we'll see. We're gonna be patient, do what we do the right things, market analysis. Oh, what time is it? Oh shoot. There's that event. Dang it. All right, let me okay. Let's get this all set up. What time is it? 7:53. Okay, I got time. Okay, so the event is coming up soon. I'll mute my mic, but you guys will still be able to hear me. I'm gonna basically join the space over here, and do it like that. So, but yeah, we'll still be trading, still be watching out. but it is a little harder to trade when I'm doing the live event, but we'll try to do it. We'll try to make it happen. So I started my 50K funded, and with my first trade, I learned the hard way that the market closes for 2 hours. My order got closed in the middle. Guess I got an unexpected. Oh yeah, yeah, I know. I hate that. That's why I just try to be done trading by noon, because if I'm done trading by noon, I don't have to deal with that market crap where like it closes, and I just know that that's kind of like my trading session. So for me, that's why I try to be done trading by noon, so I don't even have to worry about the stupid like market closing for an hour and so far and so forth. That's also why I like crypto, because you don't ever have to worry about the market closing on you. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Looks like price might push out of this orb. So I got 5 minutes. 5 minutes until I gotta start this event. What's going on here? There we go. Okay, jeez Louise. That was way harder than it should have been. Oh man, it's finally breaking out of the orb. And now I have to freaking start this event. Locked. We're locked in. All right, 3 minutes. NQ is almost to my TP, so I'm pretty stoked right now. Pretty stoked on NQ right now. If we break out of the orb here, I'll try to take a entry here. Stop loss would be at or below. Okay. Okay, just making sure we're not risking too much on the account. NQ is looking very bullish, so could be good signals for Bitcoin too. What time is it? 7:58. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, just making sure we're not risking too much. Oh wow, it's pumping. Okay, NQ's pumping. NQ's almost to my TP. Holy smokes. Come on, NQ, hit my TP. Oh wow. I haven't taken a long yet, no. Looks like the NQ position's gonna take a dub. All right, entry is above candle close again. Let's see if we get a retest here. NQ's looking beautiful. Be patient here and see if we get a retest. All right, I'm gonna mute real fast. Good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good day. I'm just trying to see if some of our other guests will be showing up, and we'll add them as they come in. But oh, here we go. Sola, I'm gonna invite you up to speak. If you can accept that as just got come in. Good morning, everyone. The solo add as a speaker. Perfect. Okay. I hope you guys are having a great Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone. We're going to dive into AI agents today. One thing I want to, as we're getting started with the space, if you're in the audience, can you please like, share, or comment a question on the pin spaces post at the top of the screen? We would love it if you can show some love there. And then also, if you are one of our guests, we invite you. Please pin anything that you would like to at the top of the space. We welcome you to pin some things that maybe intro who you are, what you can do. Yeah, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties on the X side. Some of our guests can't accept the invite up. Well, let me see, invite to speak. Sorry, I'm trying to get our co-host up, but there's something going on with X right now. Let me invite you up to Omi as a speaker. But all right, as we're getting, yeah, sorry guys, little technical difficulties today on the X. But as we're getting it started here, I would love to invite each and every one of our guests to give a quick like two-liner on who you are and what you do for the space. I know we've interviewed some of you before. Some of our guests are brand new to this space, and we're really excited to hear from you guys. And so, Agent Hustle, can we hear from you guys first on who you are and what you do for the space?
Yeah, sorry. Dude, thanks for having us again. Last time had a really awesome conversation. So Adam and I, we work at Emblem Vault and we built Agent Hustle. He's a DeFi AI agent who allows you to trade autonomously on chain. He's really good at finding tokens and buying tokens, but also can explore the entire realm of Solana from yesterday on stream, we dove into the world of DePIN. He can help you provide LP. You could launch pump fund tokens with him. And recently, we just integrated him with AI XBT. So you can do some agent-to-agent communications and hear Agent Hustle's opinions on AI XBT. So he's one of the, I guess you could say, leading DeFi AI projects in terms of mind share. And we just continue to grow him out every day.
I love it. I'm excited to hear. I know you guys said you have some new updates too that have come up, so I'm excited to hear what those look like and how they're performing. Sola AI, could you give us a quick intro on who you are and what you do?
Yo guys, what's up? So I'm Gantz, Twitter intern for Sol AI. Really glad to be here today. So actually, for anyone that wasn't there the last space that we were a guest here, Sol AI is a conversational assistant that redefines how we interact with blockchain technology by merging the intelligence of AI with decentralization and efficiency of the Solana blockchain. And I'm super glad to announce today that we are officially live. So super stoked to talk about it later.
Let's go. So excited for you guys. I know you've been working hard on that and really stoked to talk about more and hear from you. Ada, I hope I'm saying that right. Could you guys give us a quick intro? Ada, if you're able to, I know we've had some technical difficulties. I don't know if you're able to speak right now, but we'd love to have you intro who you are. If not, 3AS, can you guys intro who you are and what you do for the space? We'll come back to you, Ada.
Hi everyone. My name is Vito. I'm the founder of 3AS, and I will tell you more about it. Like, this is super fresh. We basically haven't launched yet, so this is alpha. 3AS is a brand new protocol in the AI agent space. We say that we see the future. This is 3AS is basically agent as a service protocol. So we say that SaaS model, like software as a service, is going down, and it will be substituted completely by agent as a service. We see people talking to agents in the future. Probably there will be no UX, UI anymore. Like, you will only be talking to your own agent or agents. And we see that future, and we build for that future. In our case, agents live on links. Tools for agents live on links. Agents talk to agents. Agents talk to tools, meaning orchestration, swarms, different tool sets for different chains, all operated around agents that are operating them. And then users are calling all of that. And we solve payments for agents. You can earn money by deploying agents or tools. We solved authentication. We solved certification and validation. So a lot of things, but we can discuss that during the space. So thank you for having us.
Sweet, we're excited and love to see that you guys are an up and coming new project. So I think a lot of people will be excited to hear what you guys are doing. Note Labs, I see you're up here now. I would love to hear on who you are and what you do. I think it's Note Labs or Notate Labs. Love to hear who you are and what you do, if you can. Or if Ada, if your mic's working, maybe you can unmute and give us a quick intro on what you guys do for the AI space. Okay. All right. Well. Oh, is maybe your mic's not working, Ada? AI DA.
Yo, GM,
There we go.
Alex
Sweet
here from
GM.
Ada. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you? Would love to hear a quick intro from you of who you are and what you guys do for the space, if you can.
Very well. My name
Order
is Alex.
filled.
I'm community manager at Ada. We are AI powered trading terminal. We recently had a collaboration with BSK. We'll have a very cool collaboration very soon. We had one with Avalanche. So basically, we invite everyone to try our platform and get points, which will be important soon.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for the intro. And Note Labs, if you can intro yourself, give us a quick intro on who you are and what you do.
Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you guys. Andrea here from Naughty. So we're a special company between Web 2 and Web 3, and we basically build browser use agents. So basically agents powered by LLMs that are able to spin up a browser and take actions to complete a user's task, basically.
Sweet. Thank you so much for that intro. I appreciate it. And again, as we're going to get into this conversation, as we're going to go deeper into AI and AI agents on chain, please, up above is our spaces link, and like it, share it, spread the word so we can get some more people in here to hear these awesome guests that we have up here to talk about AI and dive into their brains. So let's get into the first. Oh, wait, actually, Omi, I almost forgot. Can you share what Kaizen's doing for the space and who we are so people know? I completely almost forgot that.
Thanks for remembering me. Yeah, hi, I'm the founder of Kaizen. So we are pretty much the ultimate onboarding and discovery platform for Solana. We used to focus on NFTs, but since about a month ago, we've expanded, to cover everything else in the space, and therefore we do a lot of educational stuff, like weekly spaces, and definitely AI is one of the big themes this year. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Let's go.
Let's go. Super stoked. Love being a part of Kaizen. Omi's been working super hard and we've been releasing a ton of tools. So it's been awesome lately. All right, let's get into the conversation. Okay, let's get into why everyone came here, and that's for AI agents. So one of my first questions, just kind of kick off the conversation, maybe give some food for thought as we go deeper into today's discussion. But how would you define the role of an AI agent in a decentralized environment? What is different from maybe a on-chain AI agent from maybe some AI agent like maybe from ChatGPT or some other thing like that? What's that role, and how is it different in a decentralized environment? I'd love to hear from you guys. Solo AI, I'd love to hear from you.
It's this question, kind of fall perfect for us because you mentioned ChatGPT, and so if we think about ChatGPT in a non-decentralized scenario, we think that people are shifting to Google to ChatGPT because it's kind of easier. In Google, we have to manually go into multiple sources to gather information we want to, but in ChatGPT, we can have all the sources at a single place. So that's what we are aiming at right now. We want to be the ChatGPT of the crypto space. We are aiming, and I guess we have built it, a place where if you want to gather information regarding any project, you just have to type it in, and thanks to our tools you can find all the information and you can perform any action all in one place. So I guess that also by voice assistant, it's not just a chat GPT. You can use your voice. So this simplifies also for many people. You don't even have to type in. You can just talk to it, and you have all the information in one place. You don't have to go around and search into multiple tabs. You don't have to have a computer. It works on mobile as well, and anything in one place, simplified for anyone in any language.
I love that. Thank you so much. 3AS, love to hear from you and your thoughts.
Yeah, so I could to lean on the ChatGPT story, like ChatGPT and like OpenAI products. They're like there's a LLM, and then on top of it there is an app. Okay, so we usually go to their website or Claude website or Manus website or whatever like SaaS service you are using to actually access the intelligence. So there is always, I mean, in today's world, agents. What we define agents, it's kind of weird, but we are actually accessing, SaaS companies. Like you go there, you take your credit card, you pay for the service, and then you're chatting with an LLM, right? So we don't see that as the future. So we need to, have these agents operate independently. They can use the LLMs, and that's another story. Like whose LLMs are, the agent is actually using? Like, is the LLM decentralized? Is the LLM open source protocol or not? That's another story. But we see the wrapper around the LLM as an agent that needs to be decentralized because I mean, its current state of matter is just not, good enough for the next level of adoption, I believe. So, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I love that. Thank you so much, 3AS. Would anybody else like to touch on that first question?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. So I guess the question is just what's the difference between something like ChatGPT and then in my example, use Agent Hustle. I would say primarily it has to do with context and tooling. So ChatGPT isn't integrated into DeFi platforms, NFT marketplaces, and different types of analytics, and it really comes down to something that's called like the toolkit. So for Agent Hustle, he has consider it like 9 or 10 different toolboxes, everything from like a swaps toolbox to an analytics toolbox to a reasoning toolbox. And so when you come into the prompt and you say, hey, Agent Hustle, find the top 5 trending meme coins that have been launched within the last 24 hours, the agent will go and access these different types of toolkits, which are just kind of like an aggregation of APIs, to then give you, the top 5 trending tokens, which then you could go ahead and buy. Whereas ChatGPT is a much more generalized. And if you went and asked them about Pump Fund, they probably would not be able to give you that type of information. So you can even say that most of these AI agents in crypto are all centralized because that's generally how it begins. I know there are a few people going out and trying to create these decentralized agents through things like trusted execution environments, but as of now, I would say it has to do with kind of the specification of information so that you can get this kind of a targeted approach, which we also believe, Adam and I, the Agent Hustle team, that AI agents are just going to completely revolutionize the UX of crypto, where the majority of users today, or the majority of people across the world, are interacting with LLMs at a 9 out of 10 people in the world are interacting with LLMs over crypto because things like OpenAI has 500 million subscribers, where you have 20 to 50 million people across the world interacting with crypto. So the net new user coming into the space is going to be much more familiar with ChatGPT and how to prompt than they are on how to download Phantom and bridge assets and move around. So the difference right
Can
now.
I jump in?
Good.
And ask you, what is the business model that you consider when you have tool sets? I completely agree with what you're saying. I'm just curious on like the business modeling of, do you business model your tool set? We call it tool set, toolbox, or agent plus tool set. Like, where do you see the business models growing?
Yeah, it's a
Sorry
really
to
good.
interrupt.
No, please. I enjoy this conversation. This is actually something that we're discussing, and that we're going to be rolling out a combination of tokenomics and a subscription model. When you kind of look around at the space right now, you could look at some of the kind of larger companies that have traction, like Wayfinder and Griffin and some of these other ones, and they're all and Banker. They're all running a subscription model. Some of them is within their native token. Some of them is you buy the wallet itself, and then you get access to whatever their kind of rate limit is, and then other ones are you pay in SOL per monthly. And it seems like this is probably where the direction of the trading terminals are going to go. We've found using Hustle over the last 6 weeks since he's been live that the computation or the inference costs can swell quite high. So right now he's free to use, but over time I think the majority of companies are going to conform around the basis as a subscription model, right? For example, this isn't the number, but pay 1 SOL per month for 500 requests or kind of whatever the rate limit is, and then you'll probably apply tokenomics on top of that, whether you're using your token for discounts or using your token for staking, for revenue share, or XYZ thing that's still to come, burning, etc. But it does seem like the majority of companies are conforming around a subscription model, and I think we're also going to be moving in that direction.
So you don't, I mean, you consider the business the actual toolbox, right? The UI on top of it and UI on top of the agent, it really doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it's the wrapper. I mean, this is a really fascinating conversation because we're actually talking about this internally. When you look at some of the recent acquisitions in the AI space, even outside of crypto, right? I'll use the most recent one of OpenAI acquiring Cursor, or at least it's still kind of in the conversation. Right? What Cursor is just a wrapper on top of AI agents, but they have this user base, which is essentially their moat. And so I think what's happening here in the AI space is a little bit different from, you could call it like the traditional tech companies where things like Windows and Apple, right? They have an app store that people could come in and build applications, and they all have their own users. But you don't see Windows or Apple coming in and buying applications because those application builders only have 2 places to go. Whereas in the AI space, because there's a new model that is becoming the quote unquote superior model every other week, right? You can, for example, with Agent Hustle, we could take the model we're using now and then plug it in with whatever the new model is, and you can continually have this rotation of new AI models. And so it seems like the AI companies are starting to identify that, and whoever the quote unquote the wrapper kind of company is, like Cursor in this example, which is used for coding, they're just coming in and buying the user base, and then essentially they'll just ensure that ChatGPT, whatever the newest model is the one that's kind of used within that platform. And I think it's going to be very similar in the crypto space as well, that these companies are probably going to be watching, whether it's something like ChatGPT or some of the larger traditional crypto companies like Binance or something. They're just going to watch and see, and then they'll probably come in with an acquisition, because it is kind of the wrapper layer. I know a lot of people don't like that word, but that is the moat, is the users and the experience and all the tools, because you can always just plug in a new model. So I think a lot of AI companies are aware of this.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome to see that you guys are planning for the future, and also that from what you guys are saying, it sounds like we're still very early for those that are listening, and like you're saying, like Binance or one of those big companies, they haven't acquired or stepped in yet, and so when that starts happening, I think it's going to be an exciting time. One of the questions that's kind of coming up for me, one, I mean, I know us as Kaizen, we are huge on onboarding. We very much care about the user experience and how that is into the hurdle of entering into on-chain interactions, which is a very scary term, I think, for most people who are not into crypto, right? And I know like Solai is creating something, Ada, Agent Hustle. No, you guys are all creating something that is making interacting with on-chain much simpler. And so are you guys when you guys are creating your products, are you guys thinking about, onboarding the next next, like generation of crypto users, or however you want to consider it, or the next, masses of crypto users? Is that something that you guys keep in mind?
This generation is dead because of Trump. I think we this bull run is put to stop because of people like Trump in Milan. I think many people got burned. I think it's a bit. You should consider yourself as a dreamer to expect some kind of big wealth of people joining your product very soon. We are in this stage, like we are in the middle, and we're waiting for the second wave after the fear of missing out part. But in general, it's good to onboard the experienced users, and it's good to onboard new users. With new users, most of the time, it's the people who don't have assets to trade, basically don't have money, or they don't have a knowledge to do it. So your product should always accommodate them, right? So, for example, at ADA, we don't have like a minimum amount that you'd like to change. Or for example, if you want to create your own token, you just need like, I don't know, 50 cents or $1. And we don't charge like additional commissions for so people can create hundreds of tokens per day. We have an AI terminal for that, so make it as simple as it gets. So you don't need to create a banner, you don't need to create the picture. We do it all for you. So that's something that we do at ADA. But I wanna know your guys' opinion as well.
Sola, I see your hand has been raised a couple times.
Yeah, so I guess that instead of saying the younger generation, it's kind of wrong because I think that it's the younger people that are the ones that actually get easier involved into the crypto world. I think that the thing that we are aiming right now and the one of the biggest barrier that people usually find when joining the crypto world is the language barrier because I've known many people in the past that I tried to onboard, and the main problem was that they weren't able to speak or read in English. So anything related to even trying to learn by themselves what is crypto about was really hard for them. And with our product, they don't even need it anymore. They can use Sola, by speaking their own language, and that's kind of I think really game changing because they don't even need to translate things anymore. It's way faster. They can learn about projects in their own language when usually I've never seen any white paper translated in other language than English. So this is what we're aiming at, and what we think that could really make the difference.
Hey, can you hear me now? I know I've been rugged. Do you got
Yeah,
me?
I know we can hear
I
you,
can hear
Adam.
you.
Yeah,
was-
yeah.
I know the host wasn't able to hear me. I actually I love this portion of the conversation because it's like, well, how are we going to onboard normies into crypto? And I do think probably most of the people on the stage realize that the LLM chat interface is the way to onboard the rest of the world to crypto because it's just way better than the current existing wallet infrastructure that we have. And I'd say for us, with Agent Hustle, what we're building for the crypto native right now, right? You log in with your Solana or your Magic Eden wallet, that gets you in. But we could turn it on today where you could log in with your Apple ID or your Google, right? And so I think, we're building for the crypto native now just to work out basically the kinks and figure it all out. But the reality is, in 6 months when we're ready or we want to, turning it on for the rest of the world is going to be the big unlock. So yeah, we're super excited to do that.
I think there was another hand raised too. Was it or no?
Yeah, that was me. So I just wanted to also add something about onboarding normies into crypto, and I think like the language barrier that Sola brought up is interesting, but I think there is like another barrier that I personally think is a pretty important one, and also goes along what we just heard. That is, most of the things we still do at the moment in the space still require a UX or a platform, and I think it becomes like more and more obvious that we'll be able to onboard people if we are able to provide access to the tools we are using through text and basically through a ChatGPT-like interface. And that's basically what we are trying to do at Note, right? Because ChatGPT at the moment is able to spit out text, right? But it's not really able to take any actions. And that's exactly the type of agents you actually need to, I personally think, onboard many normies to the space. So having basically a system or a piece of technology that is able to take as an input text and then open a browser and take actions on behalf of the users. So I think this is a pretty cool technology to onboard people in the space.
Sola, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I wasn't actually deep diving into what Solar AI can do, but what he's saying is absolutely right. And I'm glad that I can say that Solar already does that because we have the preview wallet integrated in Solar AI. So people are able to perform action directly on Solar. They have access with all the tools. We have partnered with Goat Index to track AI project, Anti-Rug for token safety analysis, AlphaLine to monitor live on-chain activity, bubble maps, Alias, Boardeye. Just by saying a command, if you want to get information of a token, directly open a dashboard with all those platforms all in one. And you can even buy from Sola, you can sell from Sola, you can place limit orders from Sola without even the need of accessing a wallet. So that's what we have built.
And I think I'm seeing a common theme here, like with what a lot of you guys are saying is like you're almost getting rid of the traditional way to interact with crypto. No longer potentially needing the wallet, no longer potentially needing like some crazy, wallet address or like knowing your private keys, but you can sign in maybe with your Apple ID or Google. And do you think, because I believe AI is potentially going to be the door that leads a lot of people into crypto because it's going to make it very simple. And then people in mainstream already love AI, right? AI is a huge conversation. And so, do you guys see that potentially in order to onboard a lot of more users to almost kind of ditch the typical way of using crypto? Is that something you guys are kind of seeing that needs to happen?
Bro, wallets are dead. I mean, anybody building a wallet company who isn't building out an AI agent to support the wallets it's a dead business. And I think a lot of people in this space, people up here on stage, we get it completely. Our wallet's already multi-chain. Basically any chain that we want to add, we just add. And so our agent can just interact for you. And I mean, why on earth would I have 5 wallets sitting in my browser, one for Bitcoin, one for Solana? I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't even make sense for me to be on MetaMask and have, even if MetaMask supported every wallet, it doesn't give me the interface to just say, hey, go buy me, I don't know, the hottest meme coin on AVAX. It doesn't give me that option. The LLM gives you that option, right? So anybody building wallets right now, bro, you better pivot to AI fast. And because we all see it, we know it's happening. It's just it's going to be, maybe 12, 18 months till this is fully realized. But yeah, it's not, I mean, this is like, I've never been more certain about something in crypto. And we already know, I think ChatGPT put out their numbers, 500 million people using the LLM interface. People already accept it. This is the way to do it. The next big thing that happens in crypto, and when those normies want to go and get it, are they going to download MetaMask or are they just going to download one of our AI agents and interact that way? I think it's going to be the AI agent's going to win.
Yeah, but not download, connect to, right?
You
We're
got
not
it,
gonna
baby. That's
download
right.
it.
That's right,
Yeah.
baby. Absolutely, man. It's literally it's gonna be sign in with your Apple ID. And I mean the idea that, as crypto natives, oh no, you gotta have your seed phrase. Bro, that shit's dead. That was never gonna work for normies. And it's frankly insecure for normies can't do that. It's gonna be Apple ID, Google password, whatever you want to use. That's gonna be the way forward. There's zero question.
There's been a lot of my friends I've onboarded and I've told them like, hey, when I have you write down the seed phrase, like make sure you do not lose this. And half the time I check back in 6 months later, they're like, "Hey, I can't find my crypto." I'm like, "Oh, do you have your app or do you have like your login?" They're like, "No." I'm like, "Oh, do you have the seed phrase? Let's get it." They're like, "What's the seed phrase?" I'm like, "Remember that thing I told you never to throw away or anything?" They're like, "I have no idea where that is." I'm like, "Okay, well, I think you don't have money anymore in there." uh,
It's also, I think it's also important to understand that many people that started crypto a long time ago maybe don't trust these methods and want to stick with the old one. In fact, we give the possibility for anyone to use both methods. You can either log in from Gmail, X, Discord, or whatever, or you can stick with the traditional methods and use seed phrases and connect your Phantom wallet. Of course, you will need to confirm any transaction and do these manual steps. But if you want to stick with the traditional methods, it's going to be slower, of course.
So one thing I think is a genuine concern from a lot of the really deep crypto people, right, who would say we don't want to do the Apple ID or Google because that potentially presents a security risk. I think that's one of the things that they a lot of times would say. What do you guys have to say about like if you do transition to like using Google or Apple ID or something like that? Does it present a security risk? And if so, how are you guys maybe working against any security risks when it comes to like that interaction with maybe an outside source that's maybe less decentralized, right? I think that's something that maybe comes up. I remember Phantom, I think it was Phantom or Ledger did something with Google and like kind of integrating, and it was like a people freaked out because they're like, oh, this could be a security risk, right? What do you guys have to say about that? Do you think it's a security risk or do you think it's pretty safe?
I mean, I could jump in here. I think it's way for the average person, the average user, it's way more secure. It's infinitely more secure for you to log in with your Apple ID than with the seed phrase. I mean, dude, what you just said about your friend, everybody has a story like that. Every single person in crypto has a story like that. And there was never ever going to be a time where I could have my mom get crypto, right? Never. That was never ever going to happen. And even friends who are like, I want to buy some Bitcoin or whatever, I'm like, go buy the ETF, right? That was never going to happen in a secure way. So I just think for the vast majority of people, it's infinitely not only more secure, but just way easier and safer. I mean, just at the core, just safer because people are already comfortable with these systems. They're not learning new systems. Um, so, I mean, there'll always be, most of us here in crypto, we'll keep our stuff offline, hardware wallets and all that. But for the average person, there's just no way that was ever gonna the old system was ever gonna work. But it's still there available for, those hardcore Bitcoin maxis who still love the steel plates and banging those words into the steel plates. It's still available, right?
Before I move on, does anyone else have anything they would like to say to that topic
Yeah,
of conversation? Yeah.
yeah. I'd like to add the topic that we're actually not discussing at the moment, and that is identity of an agent and identity of a tool. So this is not insignificant. It is super significant because agents will be doing things in the name of the user, and especially if you have swarms or orchestration, it will be like a user calling an agent that is calling an agent that is calling an agent that does something. So who created an agent, who is responsible for an agent, is a topic that hasn't been touched yet, I believe. So it's not only about security and responsibility of a user, but it's also kind of how are we going to stack all of these building blocks one on top of the another that actually works and works in the best way for the user and for user experience and user and security of the whole ecosystem. So yeah, these are, I mean, we do this through digital identities that are digitally verified and secured with cryptographic signatures, where agents hold their signatures, users hold their signatures, and tools do so too. But it's a topic. It's a big thing, I think, for the whole space to discuss. So yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that. One of the questions that's kind of popping up in my head right now is, if for me, and I'm sure maybe some other people in the audience right now who are listening, it's a little hard to imagine how to utilize, on-chain interactions without the typical way of like using a wallet or some things. And how does that realistically look like for the future? Like, how do I, without having a wallet and just using an Apple ID or Google, and being able to kind of like make the user experience more seamless in things say I'm someone not from crypto, things that I'm kind of used to already using. How does that really look if I don't have a wallet? Like, is it just adding it onto your guys's application, and then it just interacts with my money? Or because I think it's even more than just like my cryptocurrency or whatever. But like, how does that really look? Just so I can get a quick glimpse, and maybe if anybody else in the audience has that same question, how does that look without having the typical
The,
setup?
que- the question is who has the keys. So that's the question. I would just add to it. So who holds the keys?
That's a good ad. Yeah.
Yeah, I could just speak to how Agent Hustle works. So we built Agent Hustle on top of Emblem Vault. That's our parent company, which is a multi-chain vault that holds addresses for Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, so on, literally for every chain. Who holds the keys for the Agent Hustle vault is actually Lit Protocol. So we actually use a trusted execution environment that stores the private keys. So that's a layer of security that we have added. So Emblem has no access to the API key to the wallet that Agent Hustle and the user co-manages together. He does have to have approval by the user to execute on their behalf. So we actually have a safety feature that's added in there. It's called safe mode. Some people call it degen mode, where you can turn on or off the confirmation from the agent on whether you want the transaction to go immediately or you want the user to approve the API key use every single transaction. But the experience is quite easy. It's very similar to a deposit withdrawal experience that you see with a lot of these other trading platforms. You basically just connect your Phantom wallet to agenthustle.ai. You click a button that says generate vault, and then you deposit however much SOL you'd like into the vault, and then you and the agent are co-managing the Solana wallet, the Bitcoin wallet, the Ethereum wallet together to transact autonomously on chain.
Thank you so much for sharing that and like giving us some clarity on that. Uh, one of the because we're kind of getting close to the top of the hour, and I want to be respectful of every time. We're getting kind of close, but I have a couple more questions I think that will come up as we go, and then we'll get into a time where we can all share, what's coming in 2025 and what we can all get excited about. So if you're in the audience and you want to share and make sure you're part of the alpha that's going to come soon, make sure you like and share the space and let people know that they're about to share some of the alpha that's coming in 2025. But let me get into this last question I have, or one of the last. Um, a lot of you on the stage right now are creating something that basically allows your agent to completely be their like on-chain assistant, where it'll trade for them, it'll swap for them, it'll do a lot of different things for them on chain. All you got to do is either talk to it or text it. And so how close are we, or how close do you see the entire ecosystem being able to, in regards to AI agents, completely doing this for you, like completely being able to just do any interaction you want? All you gotta do is just ask your little assistant, and it'll do it for you. How close are we to this? Is this something happening now, or is this something maybe in the future?
I would say we're probably by the end of the year, you will see a handful of platforms offer this type of service, including us. We're kind of pursuing that as well. We call it automated trading. Some platforms call it conditional based trading. There's kind of a different name, but it's just this whole idea of being able to set up a multi-step transaction, whether that's something as simple as 2 steps or something more complex like 30. I'll just do like a simple example here. So on the Agent Hustle platform, a lot of users use them primarily to find tokens and buy tokens. And you can do that all in a single prompt where you say, hey, Agent Hustle, analyze all the tokens that have been launched within the last 48 hours, categorize them by their social category, and purchase the top 3 in each category. Right. So that'd be 9 transactions in one. But what all the users want on the next step is being able for him to then buy all 9 of those tokens and then sell each of them at a 25% increase, or sell it if the token decreases by 15%. So you have basically like a stop loss that's being placed, and then you have a sell limit that's being placed as well, right? So that's kind of the automated aspect to it. And, you know, I'd say we can have kind of the very early primitive version of that here live by the end of the quarter. But obviously there's a lot of unpredictability in terms of the outputs with AI agents. So how performative it'll be is something that we'll have to see as a case study. But I know there are a handful of other teams that are pursuing it. So I would not be surprised if it's pretty fully functioning by a handful of teams by the end of the year.
That's exciting to hear. That's really exciting to hear. Anybody else want to touch on that before we move on?
Yeah. I think that we are 2-3 months away from the beginning, and then transition. Maybe by September, October, we will have a lot of things operating in the space in the way that we described, all of us today. So yeah, the big shift happens even before the end of the year, I think, after summer.
Let's go. That's exciting. That's really exciting. One of the other questions I have as we're getting close to the end is, what are you guys seeing across the space, maybe even outside of what you do, that it's getting you really excited in AI, that maybe someone in the audience can also focus in on and maybe take advantage of? What are you guys seeing that's getting you excited across different metas within AI that we can maybe take note of? Because you guys are the experts that are really deep in this stuff.
No, is nobody? I didn't want to hog the space, but I
just
think
always.
Yeah.
It's like I always jump in, so I feel
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I should not jump in again. But yeah, because everybody's silent. I don't know. I think that as we are racing towards this, I think LLM builders are also racing towards AGI. So I think that models will become smarter and smarter. The tool calls will become smarter. So it will be a crazy, crazy. I think people are not really ready, especially in Web3, to what is actually coming. I think, like it's going to be a crazy house, a mess.
Yeah, I mean, I would layer on there. I'd say, the one that's kind of lingering out there is swarms and agent interactions. I think that's the one. We're not exactly sure. Nobody really knows the one that's going to really hit and kind of dominate the timeline over the next 6 months or so. But I have no question that something's big's going to happen in that direction. So definitely keep an eye out for that.
Oh, agent to agent. Okay, Swarm. I've seen some Swarm, like I think there's one called like Swarm AI actually. So that's like agent to agent interactions where they're working with each other.
Sure, but I mean, a lot of those though, it's so coordinated. What I'm talking about, and what I mean coordinated, I mean the humans are basically setting these things up, right? What I'm talking about is basically independent agents working with each other, right? Not just something to come out of that, where you have these really incredible agents that are being built, that then begin interacting with each other. And I think that the MCP work that's happening now, and kind of the interactions that are possible just gets very exciting. And I know once this stuff goes down, given the history of what's happened over the last 6 months with token launches and stuff, kind of instigated by humans that LLMs or the agents have done, obviously gets the timeline very excited, and there's no doubt kind of more autonomous stuff's going to happen over the next 6 months.
I love that. Anyone else want to share something you're stoked about coming up in 2025? If not, we'll kind of start shifting towards the end. All right, let's get towards the end of the space where we're gonna let you guys chill. you know, something that's you're doing in 2025, the alpha that we can pay attention to and that we can get really stoked about and potentially even invest alongside you, and help you guys grow because we want to support those who are building dope things in the space. So, as we're getting to this last portion, please, we'll call in the project that's a part of the guest speaker, and those shill, and then you're in the audience. Please give them a follow. Support these guys. They're building awesome things. They're building really cool stuff that's going to push cryptocurrency and on-chain interactions even further. So give them some support. Sola AI, can we start off with you of what you're doing in 2025 and how we can get really excited for you and support?
Yeah, sure. So, as I said, we just launched our platform. Of course, it's still under development. As I said at the beginning, we aim to be the main source of information for anyone that want to deep dive into the crypto world, and you just don't want to go around and opening 20 tabs for doing researches. As I said, right now that we're in beta, only a few features are live. We're aiming to also make an open version because right now only if you hold a certain amount of token you can join the platform. Right now it's kind of a tier access. The more you hold, the more actions you have. As you guys use ChatGPT, you're familiar with the premium and basic version. We're aiming to do some sort of trial for anyone that wants to understand how the platform works. After each of it, of the function that we are aiming to introduce in Sola, it's delivered. We're aiming to go multi-chain as well, maybe in the future. We also want to integrate, some pump fund terminal that is going to come soon, actually. And that's it. We just want people to look at Sola as the main source of information for their web trade journey.
I love it. Thank you guys so much for continually building, and we're really excited to see how you guys continue to grow. It's been fun to see you guys grow already from our first time we've ever, had you guys on space. So you guys are killing it. 3AS, can we hear from you of what you guys are building in 2025 that we can get stoked about with you?
Well, we will launch soon, at least with invite codes. So what we are aiming for and what we believe is the biggest opportunity is not only Web3 but actually Web2. So we mentioned that it's like 500 million users. Probably it will be a billion users, and it's also Web2. So it's not only Web3 users that we are aiming for. And if you imagine that agents are living on links on 3IS, it's a protocol. So all of you guys can actually build agents that live on these links. We will have a Forge platform for just no code creation of agents. But the most important thing is that people can earn on 3IS by building and deploying agents and also deploying tools. So we expect to see exponential growth when you have like 1,000 different tools, Web2 tools, Web3 tools, all of these tools that can be combined in agents that can be then combined in orchestration agents. So you build an agent, someone else builds an agent, a third person builds an agent that orchestrates these two. Everybody earns, because once you employ the agent, it just pays the other ones that are in the chain. So this is the future that we are building for, and we want to invite everybody to get ready and to prepare yourselves for these tools that will do everything for you, and agents that will orchestrate these tools and other agents, and in Web3 plus Web2 space. So yeah, this is our excitement about it.
Love it. Super stoked for you guys. Asia Hustle, can we hear from you guys of what you guys are doing in 2025 and what we can get excited for? I know you guys had some new updates that you mentioned, so I'd love to hear those.
Yeah, I'll take this one, then I'll pass it to Adam afterwards. So I already briefly touched on that. The automated trading aspect is going to be a primary focus in the near term, and some of the longer term aspects is moving to supporting different aspects of the Bitcoin ecosystem, like ordinals and runes, and then into the Ethereum ecosystem for some of the more popular apps like Polymarket and anything that pops up on Base and Abstract and etc. But even larger, it's actually expanding Hustle to become something even more than just a trading tool and allowing him to just be your internet assistant or your internet investigator. One of the routes that we're exploring is browser-based interactions where the agent can actually read different types of read information off of any type of website, and then to see how that can be applied to the different types of on-chain strategies. And kind of one last thing is exploring this idea of gamified prompting. We've had a bunch of users reach out to us over the last month or so since it's been live in terms of being able to share their prompting and be rewarded, or being able to have this type of gamified experience where they can kind of click a button and a random prompt with a certain probability ratio can be used to, you know, buy tokens and speculate on different types of prompts that are being used. So we're kind of exploring that realm. I do think there is some sort of opportunity there, but really for us, it's just listening to the users, seeing the different ways that they use Hustle, and really trying to reinforce the strengths of the platform. And then I'll pass it over to Adam.
Yeah, I would just layer on there, like we've built out a pretty incredible pump fun tool where not only can you launch tokens, but Hustle is pretty darn good at tracking ones that are you know, nearing graduation or just graduated. He's actually incredible at picking tokens. So definitely go try it out. Get yourself some Tensor because we are going to do a token gated thing coming up, you know, a little bit of alpha there. And it's only at a 2 million market cap right now. So still very inexpensive to get some, even if you're not looking to invest or whatever, but just to be able to use the platform for at or near free. Just grab a little bit ahead of time. So that's the alpha for the day.
I love it. Thank you guys so much for sharing that. And Ada, love to hear from you of what you guys are doing and building in 2025 that we can get excited about.
We just talked. Sorry for not being the speaker this time, because I was on a call with one of the larger chains, and they said, when were you guys launched? I said 2025 in January, and they were surprised. So we just started in 2025, and we're really moving fast. We already onboarded more than 300 ambassadors. Anyone is welcome to join, by the way, if you want to learn about the project. I cannot say what we are planning, but we are planning something which we are discussing in this space. Should say very soon. So yeah, that's our main plan.
All right, so it sounds like we need to pay attention because something's coming up for Ada. Sounds like something's coming up. Omi, I would love to hear from you of what is Kaizen doing in 2025 that we can get excited for.
Man, yeah, we announced the expansion of our platform beyond NFTs about 5 weeks ago, and since then we have launched, I think, a new Explorer or new tool every 2 days. Right now, you know, beyond NFTs, we have explorers for staking, lending, predictions, quests, airdrops, and a lot more. I think the final piece of the puzzle with to round up our first version of the Explorer Hub is liquidity pools, which I'm hoping will come out next week or maybe the week after. But that would then form the foundation of our tokens database. And then we can go into a lot more interesting stuff, you know, things like AI agents as well as DPIN. And then after that, it's a lot more interesting stuff as well. But I won't share too much to spoil it. But yeah, thank you to all the speakers for joining us today. Please, everyone who listened, and if you found value in whatever we shared, please do follow them, like them, and check out their protocols. Thank you.
Yeah, this has been another awesome AI agent space, man. I love hearing what you guys are doing and building because I'm really stoked for AI. I think it really is going to help onboard the next mass of people. I think it's going to create and make on-chain experiences so much more seamless and less of a hurdle to enter in. And I just want to thank you guys for your hard work you're doing because you guys are killing it. Every single one of you guys. So yeah, again, if you're listening, give them a follow. Support these guys. They've been killing it, making and innovating on-chain interactions. And so show them some love. They deserve it. And that was our space today, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. See you soon.
Let's go. All right, we'll see you guys later. Have a great rest of your week. And that is AI agents.
All right, I'm back. Good morning. Hey, Pumani, what's up, dude? Good morning. So, yo, Dorkai, what's up, man? I'm watching. I was kind of hoping for this right here, this correction. I was kind of hoping price would come back to this higher time frame point of interest and then give us a bullish setup, right? Because we kind of missed the thing I'm excited about, even though we didn't take the trade, that these worked with my entire pre-market analysis, right? I did my pre-market analysis. We waited for the higher time frame point of interest. We inverted this fair value gap. We could have taken longs here. We could have taken longs when we inverted this guy, and they all would have worked. We could have taken longs when we exited the orb, and it all would have worked, right? Exited the orb. Let's see. Did we hit 2.5? I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah. Exiting the orb, we would have hit 2.5. This candle here that inverted this fair value gap would have hit 2.5. This candle down here that we inverted this fair value gap would have hit 2.5, right? So the thing that I'm really excited about is I was very patient today, maybe a little too patient. I probably should have executed on some of these trades, but it all worked out. And so that's something getting me excited for, because right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to be patient, because I'm like I've been saying before, we're getting that muscle memory. And today, as you can see, it would have all played out. Time was in higher time frame point of interest, rejected off of it, inverted fair value gaps. We could have taken longs all the way throughout here, and they all would have been dubs. Okay. Now I'm trying to wait to see if we get a bigger move of the day. I'm stuck in a short, just went in. Okay. I'm hoping that you get that short that comes down to this level. Ideally, what I would, in a perfect world right now, I would love to see the orb retested. I would love to see the orb retested and give us then the bullish structure to the upside that we can target this external range liquidity. It could, though. It could, like the way it respected this fair value gap here, it could run without me and not giving my entry. But I have a feeling we're going to retest the orb. That's what it looks like it's going to do. And we'll see if we can get our entry before noon. Okay. Noon is when I'm done trading. And so hopefully we can get an entry by then. On NQ, I've tried to take a couple shorts on NQ, but literally every time it gave me an entry, it ran without me and never gave me a short. So I never got to take a short on NQ. But the long that we did up here tapped the TP perfectly, and we made $2,000 on that position over there. So we're actually up $1,000 on the day in NQ. So I'm super stoked about that. Profitable day so far. Now I'm kind of just waiting for NQ to give me hopefully a long opportunity to kind of like continue this bullish momentum. Or, I mean, it's back in the orb. It could break to the downside of the orb now. But every time it did the shorting opportunity, it literally ran without me, and it never tapped me in. So, and by the time it ran, it already hit the TP I was shooting for. So I was like, all right, I'm not going to try to take this position now. It already hit the TP I was going for. So we'll see what happens here. Another thing too, for the 30-minute on Bitcoin, look at what it's doing, right? It's looking pretty good. Made a fair value gap, pushed up above to these external range of liquidity on this day high. We'll see what it does. What does it do here at this day high? Does it begin pushing up, or does it begin rejecting? Because if it's pushing up, the next external range of liquidity is all the way up here at almost 100K. Let me say that again. 100K Bitcoin almost. 99,470. We're almost back to 100K Bitcoin, guys. Okay? We're almost back. I'm getting very, very excited. Okay? But I want to see what's happening here. Oh, it's looking bullish, kind of. It's looking kind of bullish. Here, it might go without me. It might go without me. Yeah, Dark High. I'm sorry, dude. Boom, yeah. I was really hoping... I didn't take this one and these opportunities in this area because I was in that event and I can't give it the proper attention. So I didn't want to make a decision in a trade if I can't give it my full attention. I was very distracted. So I didn't take this one. I wish we would have been able to be more focused and take this trade, but we did miss this one. I'm kind of bummed. But I'm still hoping that we get the orb retest. I'm still hoping we get the orb retest down here, or at minimum the fair value gap on the 30-minute time frame, and then I'm hoping we get like maybe a unicorn setup or maybe a inverted fair value gap. I only had my entry at 97,000 as well. Yeah, I think that's a great entry. Honestly, I think it's a really good entry. It gave good confirmations, broke out of orb, right, and gave good momentum. So I think we could retest orb, but like I think it's looking pretty solid to the upside today. Yeah, I know, I'm bummed, but it's okay. It's okay. Oh, actually, NQ is inverting a fair value gap right now to the upside. Oh, and it's doing it at the 200 EMA. Ooh. I think I'm going to take that trade on NQ. It's inverting a fair value gap. Let me see on the 30-minute. Is it in a fair value gap? No. Do I want to take this? I don't know if I want to take this bullish momentum, though. I think I'm going to be patient on NQ. I think I'm going to wait for it to break back outside of the orb because there's a fair value gap right next to the exterior of the orb. So I might be a little bit more patient here because I don't... The 30-minute time frame, I'll show you guys what I'm processing on NQ. So here's NQ. It's inverting this fair value gap. And if I took this, let's see where our TP would be. It'd be outside the orb, kind of at this high here. But if you look at the 30-minute on NQ, it inverted a fair value gap on the 30-minute. And I don't love the idea of taking a long after it did an inversion of a fair value gap on a 30-minute time frame. I just don't know if that will work very well. I think I want to be a little bit more patient here and maybe see if we can push up, invert this fair value gap. This one I can delete. Invert this fair value gap, and then we'd be back outside the orb, and that might be a good signal there. But kind of watching it on NQ right now. I don't know if I want to take this long here. We're also right at the 200 EMA. What is the 200 EMA? It respected it here. Respected 200 EMA here. It could respect the 200 EMA here too. It's been, the NQ has been pretty respectful of the 200, right? Actually, no, here definitely it wasn't respectful. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna take the NQ position. I don't love it. It doesn't give me confidence, and we're not tapping into a higher time frame point of interest on there. So I think I'm gonna be more patient on NQ. Same for Bitcoin. I wish there was a fair value gap over here on the bearish momentum, but it didn't give it to us. It did give me one here, a very, very, very tiny one. Right? It gave me this tiny fair value gap. I didn't take that one. Maybe in hindsight, maybe should have taken this bullish momentum here. Yeah, we would have almost been to 2.5. Stop loss on this one would have gone probably down here. But it looks like this actually would have worked, this bullish momentum one. So literally every inversion on the fair value gaps to the upside have worked today. That gets me stoked. I'm reading it right. Okay, NQ inverted that fair value gap. I'm gonna be more patient on NQ. Guys, I need to go to the restroom real fast, so I'll be right back. Let me turn up the music for you, and I'll be right back. forget to unmute myself. I just yapped to nothing. I'm literally just yapping in a freaking garage solo. No one can hear me. I look like an idiot. Oh my gosh. All right. What happened? Everything's looking good. You know what I think we can do right now? You know, we kind of got the event out of the way. We got about, I don't know, 2 more hours left in the stream. You guys want to do some back testing? Should we do some back testing? Should we do some, get some of the facts down, you know, get some more data? Because right now, I don't see an entry opportunity for me even close on Bitcoin yet. Something that would need to happen is like inverting these fair value gaps. I need, like, if we're going to go to the downside, right? If it fails to head above this external liquidity and decides to go lower, I think we might actually be primed for a short, because then maybe price is heading to discount, right? And why do I say that? Because if you look on the 30-minute, right? 30-minute is pumped pretty nicely, and it could use a little discount, right? It can use a little discount. We can hit the 200 EMA maybe. But I'm not going to get stuck in a bias, right? We don't get stuck, because we've learned in backtesting, if it's trending upwards, don't go against the trend. Okay? And so we just take the candle by candle of what it's going to do. So I'm not going to get stuck in a bias, but if it does start showing short signals, we should not be opposed to targeting some shorts. You know, we just take it candle by candle. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I was so greedy for the 97 short. I think you're learning some valuable lessons, Dark Eye. Yeah. The 97 short. I see. I'm not sure where your entry was, but yeah, I didn't really see any short signals here. The only short signal I had here for me was this candle right here, but for me, I didn't want to take that. I'm just going to explain to you, Dark Eye, my process, so maybe it'll help you in the future of maybe why not to take a trade, right? Yeah, it's a lesson. That's a great thing, Pumani, right? When you fail, it's not a failure. You're not sucking, you're learning, right? And that's the biggest thing to shift in your trading. Like when I'll tell you, I struggle with this every single day. When I'm been on this losing streak, I've literally been so frustrated with myself, seriously. And I got to tell myself, I'm learning. It's not, I'm failing. These are things I'm learning. And so for me, let me tell you why, Dark Eye, I didn't take a short and why I didn't want to take a short, okay? For me, I saw that it inverted the fair value up to the downside, but I saw this higher time frame point of interest. So for me, I think we would have max only gone down to here, even if I had the short opportunity. And if I take that short, right, we're maybe hitting that, right? We're maybe hitting the 2. And there's not much momentum, like this chop and stuff, right? It's not looking really good. For me, I didn't want to take that because I'm like, all right, momentum's not super strong. It's very choppy here. And even if I were to take it, there's not much room for me to go from there. All right, I'll make it go up for you, Pumani. I'll make sure it doesn't do anything stupid. Okay? Yeah, it's like, right, where would you target profit, right? Where would you target? And if it's pretty close, right, it's like, okay, we're very, very bullish right now. Okay, so if you're taking a short, you're going against the trend. And as you can see from this move here, the buyers are very strong here, right? They're very strong. Lots of displacement, a lot of push movement to the upside. And so the sellers are not super strong right now. So think of like you're going against an army of buyers to try to get down to here. And it's very unlikely, especially that the 30-minute made that fair value gap, right? Even the 30-minute displaced, right? 30-minute made a fair value gap and pushed upwards above the daily high, right? So for me, it's like, okay, the 30-minute showing displacement, the 5-minute showing displacement, buyers are very strong here. The long momentum is very, very strong. And as you can see, even after this little correction, there's more displacement to the upside for buyers, right? We're making more fair value gaps and now attacking external range liquidity. So that's why I didn't want to take that short. I would have rather waited for the long setup, right? Slayer, I haven't taken any trades. The only trade we took was on NQ, and it actually made us $2 grand on that trade. Let me see. So our first trade of the morning on NQ. I'm really happy with how NQ performed. The first trade this morning lost us like $1,000. And then the second trade this morning made us $1,972. So we're up $963 for the day on our NQ. So that's really been the only trade I've been able to take today. I'm kind of waiting for more bullish momentum here on NQ and maybe having it head back outside the orb before I take any longs, or see if maybe the shorts continue on here. But I don't really have any short opportunities here. The short, I tried to take shorts up here, but they all ran without me and they never tapped me in. So I didn't actually get to take the shorts. So I was super bummed. They all would have worked though if they would have tapped me in, but they all ran without me. I tried to do it on this inversion, on this candle. As soon as I saw it break back into the orb, inverse the fair value gap, I tried to take this short. It didn't tap me in. It just ran all the way to the TP. And then I tried to take, and that was it. I tried to take that one short and it didn't tap me in. So I didn't get the trade, but we'll see. But hey, at least we're profitable for the day on MNQ. And we haven't even taken a single trade on Bitcoin. Like, let's see. Hey, I'm back. Pretty boring day for trading on my end. No good long setups on gold yet. Yeah. NQ gave me 2 trades so far, or 3 trades so far, and one of them it ran without me. So 1 winner, 1 loser. And the nice thing on NQ, the winners outweighed the losers today. So, and I did what I think I told you guys yesterday, but I did what I said I would. So let me share with you what I did. So on the playbook rules, right? So for the 2025 playbook rules, this is basically the rule book for the $501 million challenge, right? If trade is pro trend, we risk 15 M and Q. Okay, so if we're going pro trend, we risk 15 micro contracts on NQ. I've swapped over from one NQ to the micro contracts because I can adjust my risk more and still get the same amount of risk. So I've adjusted that. If we're going against the trend, or like what I call anti-trend, right? Like, so if we're going bullish, the trend's bullish and we're going against that, we take half the risk, right? So today I took half the risk on my position going against the trend for my short I took this morning. It lost, it failed. And then I did the full risk on my long position and we made double of what we lost. So it worked out pretty well. And that's something I'm going to continuously do throughout our trading. For BLOFIN, as we grow the account, basically whatever we can risk. So $50 right now, which I can't even risk that because the account's so small. We'd risk the max we can risk on a long. And then if we're going short right now, we'd risk half that. So basically 50% of the account to minimize risk. So the winners hopefully outweigh the losers. But yeah, let's start focusing in on some back testing because I'm gonna see what I'll be watching Bitcoin and our positions over to the left on my left screen. But on this one, let's start focusing in on some back testing stuff, okay? And let me show you how I'm gonna set up my TradeZella, okay? Because I want to do my daily checklist, okay? I need to figure out how to fix this. I don't know how to edit this. Resource center. I forget how to edit it. Maybe it's in my settings. Settings? Oh, wait. This is all like private information. Hold up. Let me be a little careful here. I'm gonna go off here real fast just to see. Oop. I don't think I showed anything bad. No, I didn't show anything bad. All right. Security, subscription, accounts. Dude, how did I update that? Okay, I gotta figure out how to do this. Is it down here maybe? Progress tracker. Daily checklist, yes. But how do I... Current roles. Oh, here we go, here we go. Edit roles. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, Monday through Friday. All right, let's... The more time passes, the less comfortable I feel. I have 3 hours, 10 minutes until the market closes. I don't want my positions to close with a loss. I miss Bitcoin. Slayer, are you in a long on gold? The more time passes, the less comfortable I feel. That's okay. Slayer, I think one thing I've learned is when the market is in chop, because it sounds like Slayer, the market on gold, I haven't looked at it. Okay, that's fine. If there's not an opportunity, right, don't force it. If you're not seeing it and you're getting late into your trading day, maybe that means today's not a trading day. Maybe that means you just don't take a trade today. And to be a trader who's able to say, I'm okay to not take a trade today if it doesn't give me the opportunity, that means you're a successful trader. Because an unsuccessful trader would mean if I didn't get the opportunity, I'm going to still force something and try to make money. Right? So if you can say, I did not get an opportunity today, market didn't set it up. You know what? I'm not going to trade today. We'll come back tomorrow. The market's going to be here tomorrow. The market's going to be here next Monday. The market's going to always be here, right? And so if you can be a trader that's able to say, hey, no opportunity today, let's just go have a good day. Let's not force something. And of course it went down. Did it go down? Oh, it went down a little bit. So I'm blaming you. Oh my gosh. My bad, my bad. But Slayer, if you're confused today or not feeling comfortable and not seeing a setup, maybe that just means there isn't one. And you're actually doing everything right by saying you're not noticing something that's there, right? There's not the opportunity. And so I'd say that means you're being a good trader. You're not forcing something. So if it's not showing up, don't force it, Slayer. Got a high probability trade. And if it happens later in the day, that's okay. That's okay, right? The market closes anyways. By the time in the next hour, right? The market doesn't stay open much longer. So even if it had a big move, you're going to have to close that trade either way, right? So I'd say honestly, don't. I think you're okay, man. If anything, you're not going to lose money if you don't take a trade today. And then hopefully tomorrow you come back, you get the better setup and get better opportunities. It's in a fair value gap. Oh yeah, it looks like Bitcoin's inversing the fair value gap. But I don't really feel comfortable going short on this Bitcoin one. Let's see. Because still, if anything, I would love to see it come down, hopefully do what I've been waiting for, test that fair value gap down here, the 30-minute, and see what it does in this high time frame point of interest. Because that's one of my rule book requirements. It's not here. We're going to add it in here. But one of my rule book requirements is in order to enter a trade, it has to be in a higher time frame point of interest, which is not until down here. Right now, we are not in a higher time frame point of interest. I need price to come into here in order to get my trade. Yeah, right, Slayer? Just relax for today. Maybe you'll get the setup, right? Maybe it'll come, and then you can get that banger trade, get it before the 1 hour. But if not, oh well, right? Maybe it's just setting up the really good trade for tomorrow. And maybe when you come to the market tomorrow, you're going to get that good setup, and you're going to be happy you had the patience, because tomorrow maybe will be a banger. Now, I'm not going to, you can't promise that. But I did 30-minute today, Pumani. It was the first time I did 30-minute on the orb. And the reason why I did 30-minute is because we're using a lot of the 30-minute point of interest in regards to fair value gaps and stuff for our entries on 5 minutes. So if I'm going to use the 30-minute for most of my higher time frame point of interest, I thought I would use the 30-minute orb too. And it actually saved us today, I think. Because if I would have saw that we're inverting fair value gaps down here and breaking out of the 15-minute orb, I would have been pretty excited for that. But instead, I waited, and it actually gave me the good entry for longs. But I just didn't take them this morning. It's not 30-minute is not even profitable. If you want to watch, sure. If you want to share it in the Discord, Pumani, you can. For me, I use the orb much differently now. I don't use the orb like I used to. I use it as a place of potential support and resistance, but my main entry models are the inverse liquidity model and the unicorn. And so if they're inside the orb, right, if I can catch an inverse liquidity model within the orb to reach the other end, that's a great trade. And so I don't use the orb like I used to. I still take note of the orb, of what it's doing and what price is doing within the support and resistance. But I don't use it as the only requirement anymore like I used to. And if we get into some back testing today, which I'm hoping, I'm going to be more patient. Bitcoin's not setting up yet. I want to wait for it to hit the higher time frame point of interest. But let's get into some of the back testing and let's set up some of our rules. So for me, I trade from now 5:30 a.m. to noon. I do not trade later than noon. Start my day. Ideally, I'm starting my day by 5 a.m., but that's freaking hard. But we're going to put it. We're going to say 5:30 a.m. Link trades to playbook. Yep. Input stop loss to all trades. All trades open must have a stop loss added. Yes. Net max loss per trade. We don't really have that. We probably should. But I mean, for the 501 mil, it's $50. But like for our backtesting and stuff, it's not the same. We'll just leave it there for that right now. Net max loss a day, whatever. We're gonna actually take off these two because they're not really relevant for us right now. So manual rules. All right, I'm just looking at Bitcoin. All right, NQ's kind of choppy right now. NQ's not really doing much. All right, let's look at our manual rules. The rules will be added as a daily checklist. So first, higher time frame, 1 day, mark daily highs and lows of ERL, external range liquidity. Okay. Let's go here. Let's go to the 4 hour. Mark out ranges. Mark out current range. Okay. Oh, let me go let my dog in real quick. He's like barking. Posted on Discord. Perfect. Thank you, Pumani. I'll check it out. All right. Okay. 4-hour, mark out current range, find higher time frame sentiment. No. We're going to do, then go to the 1 hour, higher time frame, mark out current 1 hour range. And then on the 1 hour 2, 1 hour higher time frame, mark out previous session highs and lows. Okay. Then 30 minute higher time frame, mark out the 30-minute range and ERL/IRL. Okay, so external range liquidity and internal range liquidity, we're gonna mark out on the 30-minute. Okay. And then on, so 30-minute higher time frame, mark out ERL and IRL. And then do they say mark out the range? Okay. Range and ERL. Okay. Then 5-minute identify fair value gaps. Okay. And then, oh wait, let's actually go 30-minute higher time frame. Identify whether price is heading to discount or premium. Okay. Yeah. We'll see what happens here. Inverted fair value gap to the downside. But this 1 5-minute fair value gap on that lower end of that little range, it seems to be respecting that, but we'll see. We'll see what it does here. I still want it to go down to that 30-minute fair value gap, man. Is there fair value? No. I would really, really like it to go down to that 30-minute fair value gap. All right. Okay. Identify whether price is heading to discount or premium. Okay. So 5-minute lower time frame. Mark out fair value gaps to be inverted. Okay. At market open, mark or identify the orb. Okay, I think that's kind of it. $69,700. I think he meant to say 96,700. Yeah, that fair value gap is also in my 30-minute higher time frame point of interest, and so if it inverted that also inside my point of interest, that'd be big. Okay, at market open, identify the orb. Trying to think if I'm missing anything else. Now that I know how to do this, let me go back real fast to my playbooks and let me see if I missed anything. Okay, there we go. I think we're looking good for our rule book. Edit rules. Okay. I think we're looking good. Sweet. All right, so now let's go to our dashboard and let's view my day. So let's see. We're gonna add. We marked out the range. We marked out the range. We did all this stuff this morning, so we can actually mark it all off. We did all that. All right, we're gonna say start my day by 6 a.m. Because if we can be at the charts by 6, we're still here before market open. But ideally, we're starting by 5:30. Current streak. All right. Sweet. Okay, view my day. Okay. All right. Write down. So looking very bullish. Could see a correction to discount, but overall price is pushing higher. Noticed today that price on the 5-minute of BTC tapped into a 30-minute fair value gap at, what time was that? 06:55. 55, and respected that. Any IFVG to the upside we could have taken and gotten wins on all of those trades. Model is working, especially when I wait for the higher time frame POI. In Q, we'll just wait for that right now. Oh, I didn't add that. Add rule, make money. Oh, that's funny. Did I miss check news? Okay, I did. I didn't add that. Let me add that real quick. That's a good one. I did check news this morning too. So I think I just have it on such auto like thing. I forgot to edit rules. So let's add one. Add a rule. Check for red folder news. Add. That should be the first thing. It'll be the first thing of the day. Check for red folder news. That's good. Okay, and we did that today. Let me edit also some of these guys. I don't need to. Okay. There we go. And go back to view my day. We're adding some notes. Also marked out 30-minute orb today and worked very nicely for trade opportunities for both NQ and BTC. Okay. NQ actually might be presenting a trade opportunity here. So NQ did what I wanted. I've been waiting for it. It's respecting the 200 EMA. If it inverts this fair value gap here, I'll be adding a long here to my NQ. So if it's going long on NQ, that could be a good indicator that it might go long for Bitcoin too. And also what I'm seeing here on NQ is that it made a higher low. And on the 30-minute time frame, maybe we're going to invert this higher time frame fair value gap too. Let's see. So it inverted, and then hopefully we can invert again. We'll see. We'll see what we do in this fair value gap. If it inverts that, I'm going to try to take a long on NQ. Oh, shoot. Why did I delete that? I wanted to use it. Because we have this one too. So if it fails to invert, pushes down and inverts this guy, I'm going to try to take this short. Because it's in a higher time frame point of interest, fails to invert that fair value gap. And then if it inverts this guy, I'm going to try to take that short on NQ. So it looks like NQ is about to present an opportunity for me. All right, let's go now. Since we've kind of taken some notes for today, so we can kind of remember today of how it worked. Let's go to the back testing now. Okay, and I'm going to delete these guys real fast. Okay, and then delete the monocorn number 3. Great stats on those guys, but I want to focus in on this one. This is essentially what I'm going to be trying to do every single day now, and just keep consistently doing this strategy. Okay. What time are we at? What time is this? 8:30 a.m. Okay, perfect. So let me do I'm going to delete all these drawings just so I can start fresh. So let's start off from the weekly time frame. And we're going to mark out some ERL and, oh, that's what I forgot to do on my TradeZella. Actually, let me go back real fast. I forgot something. On Mondays only. So let's go back to tracking. View more, edit rules. On Mondays only, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, 1 week higher time frame, mark out weekly highs and lows. So when we get it fresh week, we'll mark out on Mondays the weekly highs and lows for our chart, and those just kind of stay on our chart throughout that week until the next week. Okay, sweet. Let's go back to backtesting now. Let's continue this guy. Okay, we are on Wednesday. All right, let's mark out some weekly highs and lows that we can pay attention to. Wait, what's going on here? Okay, and then we can mark out some other ones. We'll just mark out like 3 of the lows. We'll do that, and then we can mark out some of these highs. What are these prices on your chart? All this? These are previous trades I've taken. That's probably the thing that annoys me the most with TradeZella. I cannot figure out how to hide my previous orders. Like, I cannot figure it out. I don't know. Like, there's no way I can hide them. But they're super annoying because they get in the way. I cannot hide these guys. But they're basically previous trades I've taken, and like the buy and sell order and the price, but I can't hide it, and it's super annoying. I don't know how to like hide orders. See, I can't hide it. I don't know how to hide it. Drives me nuts because it's so annoying to look at. It's so annoying to look at. Like I can't, I've tried to like click on it and delete it. Doesn't let me. So they're just sitting there, just in my way of my view. All right, let's go down to the daytime frame. Okay, let's mark out day lows and highs. We'll mark out that one because it's the closest day high. And this could still be available as we go to lower time frames. And then this day low. Now notice how I'm not marking every single day high and low. I'm just marking the ones that are kind of close that we could target. I'm not going like way down here and marking out all these. I'm just going to the kind of the ones that are surrounding current price that we can target, like these external range liquidity and external range liquidity over here too. So, all right, no trade opportunity yet on Bitcoin or NQ. Still watching. Let's go to the 4 hour. Let's see our 4 hour range. Okay, this is, oh, this one's looking pretty. So we have this range here, right? So price is in discount. Price came down into discount. But if you look at the daily range, here, price came up and into discount. So I'm not fully convinced that we're in discount and going to head lower. If anything, I would expect us to actually target the external range liquidity up here, because the day range is more powerful than the 4 hour range. Okay. So my guess is we are actually just going to target this external range liquidity up here. Yeah, we could just target these highs. Okay, we have, let's see, this range. I think this came into discount. It didn't. All right. So we're in discount on the 4 hour range. The 1 hour could come into discount before it pushes up. Or it could still keep pumping though. So ultimately we are looking bullish more than bearish. So so when we take shorts, we know to adjust our risk. And then when we're taking longs, we know we can go a little heavier. Okay, Bitcoin and NQ are actually inverting some fair value gaps right now. I might actually go long here on this Bitcoin one. If this Bitcoin one inverts this fair value gap, I think I'll go long here. Because it's making higher lows, right? And here we could potentially target this external range liquidity on this 30-minute time frame. So I think I'm comfortable potentially, if we invert this, taking this long. But I need to invert that fair value gap. And it looks like NQ is also inverting a fair value gap. So not only is Bitcoin looking bullish, but so is NQ. So I'm getting kind of like double confluences across that. Stop loss for me would go at this low down here. And then entry would be, where would entry be? All right, let's see what Bitcoin and NQ give me. Let's see if they give me the invert. If not, it looks like it actually might go lower. And if it does go lower, I'd be very excited, because that means it'll probably come down to my point of interest. Okay, looks like NQ gave me mine. Bitcoin didn't. And we're just shooting for... So NQ inverted that fair value gap of mine in a higher time frame point of interest. So I'm going to take the trade. All right. Okay. And Bitcoin still hasn't inverted, so we'll see how this plays out. But it looks like Bitcoin could. We'll see. And drop the FOMO. Yeah. Okay. I'm hoping this NQ trade plays out. It did invert a fair value gap in a 30-minute higher time frame point of interest, and if it could, for me, if it could, there's more fair value gaps above that. That if it continued to inverse, just make me feel more confident over time as it just keeps going. But this is the first fair value gap it had to invert, so. And it's NQ also for me broke back outside the orb, so I'm feeling good. I think this should be a good trade. My stop loss on the NQ is basically at the middle line of the orb. I'm bullish on NQ, so which would line up with this potential long that we're going to take for Bitcoin here. So bullish on NQ and potentially about to be bullish on Bitcoin. If we invert this fair value gap here to the upside on Bitcoin, I'll probably take that because it looks like we're probably not going to go to the higher time frame point of interest, and it looks like we're going to try to attack external range liquidity. So if we invert this on Bitcoin, I'll try to take a long to attack the external range liquidity just right up here. Oh, is it? Oh shoot, I always forget to do that. Thanks, Pumani. Thank you. Oh, and there's a fair value gap to the downside right there. So we inverted this sucker. Okay. If we invert on NQ the bullish fair value gap below us to the downside, I will close my long. Because it's starting to signal that it's actually heading to the downside, inverting those bullish fair value gaps that went to the upside, breaking out of the orb. But I think I'm feeling pretty confident in this long on NQ because it's holding above the 200 EMA, it's breaking back outside of the orb, inverting bearish fair value gaps. I think things are stacking up for me that this long should work for NQ. But Bitcoin's kind of choppy right now. Still not giving me what I want, so I'm gonna move Bitcoin back over and let's go deeper into back testing. Okay. All right. Oh, actually, let me add that back onto my chart just so I can. All right. Cool. Yeah, Bitcoin looks like it's gonna stay in chop for a little bit, but we don't have much longer in the market. For me, I got about an hour and a half left of potential trading to go for live market trading. Okay, so let's catch up on where we were over here. We got our 1 hour range. It looks like Is this in MNQ? So this is NASDAQ, but what we do also works on Bitcoin. So this, even though this isn't Bitcoin on the screen right now, this is the same thing I'll do on Bitcoin. Okay, so but looks like it's in a 1 hour range that's needing to come into some discount. Okay, and as you can see, there's a massive fair value gap here in discount that price could come into. So if we go down to the 30 minute, I'm probably sure there's a massive 30 minute fair value gap. Yep. And so we'll mark out that guy. Let's change. Oh, I did forget something. Let's go back to the 1 hour. I forgot to mark out my session highs and lows. Let's do that real fast. 6 a.m. Well, okay. Previous session high. Previous session low right here. Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin's kind of lame right now. Bitcoin's just kind of chopping. All right, session highs and lows have been marked out. So 30 minute. We even have this 30-minute range right here. Let's see. Yeah, we even have this 30-minute range right here. So my guess is, yeah, we could come down to this discount here. There's also a 30-minute fair value gap right here. There's this fair value gap. That fair value gap, and then you have some that we're currently in right now. We have NQ starting to dive. We'll wait for this candle to close, but yeah, Bitcoin's starting to dive too. There you go, Dark Eye. Getting what you wanted on Bitcoin. There you go, dude. Almost to my higher time frame point of interest, so let's go. Yeah, it looks like NQ is inverting for value gaps to the downside now. I think I'm gonna close this. Let's see what it does. It's got 10 seconds. I need it to not invert this fair value gap, to not close it out. All right, didn't invert it. and it closed back outside the orb, so hopefully it holds for me and doesn't wreck me now. This inverted some fair value gaps to the downside too on Bitcoin. So hopefully Bitcoin can tap into that higher time frame point of interest and then give us some bullish signals. But there's not much left in the market for me. Not much more time. Man, we haven't really been able to backtest because I keep getting distracted. I'm really hoping NQ respects this and pushes up. Let me show you. So NQ, right? Pushed up outside the orb. Gave on this one candle right here, right? Was it this one or this one? This one. Gave me my entry signal by inverting this fair value gap within the higher time frame, 30-minute higher time frame point of interest. But it tapped into this fair value gap here that it formed right outside the orb. It didn't invert it, and I'm hoping that it respects it and pushes off here. We do have this fair value gap down below here, and it did. I think it barely tapped that. Did it touch it? Yeah, barely touched that one. And so hopefully it holds. And I'm just targeting for right up here, right outside this fair value gap on the 30-minute. I'm hoping that price is shooting for this external range of liquidity up top. Right, so if we go to 30-minute, right, we have this external range of liquidity right here up above us, and right here too on these highs. And my TP is just below that external range of liquidity. So I'm hoping that we can tap into that and get a nice win there. Let's see. The range to... Wait, where did my range go? This is the 30-minute range. We're looking like the range could correct soon. But I don't want to get stuck because the candles did give me the entry model, my model. So I need to listen to those candles. The thing that would be a bummer here is if this makes a fair value gap and inverses here, that's a unicorn set up to the downside in a higher time frame point of interest. And that would suck. That would mean I'm wrong potentially. And Bitcoin. All right, Bitcoin inverted and then bounced. Bitcoin's just being choppy. Orb or NQ is looking like it's breaking back into the orb and giving me a unicorn setup. Let's see, 40 seconds left. Candle hasn't inverted it yet. Okay, now it's not. Come on, NQ, bounce. Yeah, there you go, bounce. Don't invert. 30 seconds, perfect. Yes, there we go, NQ. Giving me what I want. Trying to stay level-headed and emotionless in this trade. Just letting the facts be the facts. Perfect. Now the NQ's heading in the direction I want. I can get emotional once I freaking take a dub. I could celebrate. So there we go. In Q, over here on this position, look, it failed to inverse, then pushed off that fair value gap. Hopefully going to continue up. I would love to see in Q now target attack this fair value gap up here and begin to invert this fair value gap. But so far it seems to be holding the orb high here, and hopefully it continues that momentum to the upside. So there potentially is like some people will use on this retest here a little entry model like this, and they use that candle as their entry after it respected the orb and pushed off. So there's a couple different strats like here, but I don't do that. And it failed. The thing that I'm really liking too here, it failed to make a fair value gap for the unicorn setup on the bearish divergence within the higher time frame point of interest. So I'm glad it didn't create a unicorn setup there. That would have made me want to close the position for sure. But we do have, you know, now that I'm paying attention, we do have a unicorn setup here to the upside. So we have this. We have this breaker block with a fair value gap and a good displacement above, pushing up further. So, you know, honestly with, you know, so if I'm going to go over my model, right, when I have the unicorn, okay, so when I have the unicorn plus inverted fair value gaps, right, which here, inverted fair value gaps up here, plus unicorn, which it tapped in, respected the unicorn and pushed off, I actually delete this full TP, and up here is actually only I sell 50%. So I only take 50% TP up here, and then as we hit, if we hit 50% TP, we move stops to break even. What's the profit goal for 150K? Profit goal for 150K is I'm kind of shooting for like $2,000 a day on that one. That'd be kind of a, once I get funded and stuff. Right now it's just try to get funded as fast as possible. But really profit goal on this account is about $2,000 a day. That is less than 1% a day. That is less than 1% of the account a day. So really it's kind of like percentages, right? If on a 150K account, I shot for a 0.5% a day, what is that? Oh wait, no, 0.005. BTC? I don't think so. Bitcoin, yeah, Bitcoin's looking kind of bearish right now. I don't know if I'm doing this right. 0.5%. I think it's $750 a day on the, it'd be more than that, like 1%. 50, 1, 2, 3, multiplied by 0.01. Yeah, like $1,500 a day. It's like 1% of the account a day would be what I would like to grow. Like not shooting for anything crazy, but just like consistently making that, you know, which is really good. Like if you actually put that in perspective, that's a really good profits. Okay, NQ actually might fail me on this. It might fail me on this, which would suck. If it inverts this, I'm gonna close it out. Okay, it's tapping into that breaker block again. I want it to push off. I don't want it to invert this fair value gap. Yeah. All right. Looks like I'm going to close this out. 10, 8, 7. I'm going to wait until full closure, but it looks like we're going to close it. Yeah, I'm gonna close that. Okay, that trade's closed. We're still up on the day in the prop firm, but not enough. Not a lot. Only $380 on that. For me, the reason why I'm going for 150K first is because it gives you more buffer on the express funded, and then what I'm gonna do is go for the 150K, and then once I get the 150K, I'm only gonna go for 50K accounts after that. So 4 more after that. So I'm gonna try to have a total of 5 top step accounts trading at one time. So if I'm shooting for 1% a day on each account, right, that's pretty good money. It looks like this unicorn failed here. I'm still working on my funded account. I haven't been funded yet. I think when I get funded will be a great moment of like accomplishment for me. Especially for trading. It's like, okay, it's working, it's clicking. Like to get funded is not to be funded, a funded trader is not an easy task, right? It's not easy to do. And if you've ever tried it, you know it's not super easy. Now you can be super degenerate and just take crazy trades and you can get lucky and get funded. But if you're actually taking it like serious, trying to do it like a normal model with what you trade, it's not easy. It's not super easy to get funded. Okay, if we inverse NQ to the downside on that big one, which it might, I think I'm gonna take that short. Yeah, it would inverse the breaker block and the fair value gap. Okay, what I'm getting excited for here is that it inversed this bullish fair value gap to the downside, but it's creating potentially fair value gaps here that if it decides to flip here now to the upside, it could be pretty good. And we're in that higher time frame point of interest. We're tapping the orb again on the high. So let's see what happens here. There's also, I just noticed another fair value gap right here. And then some down there. So if we start inverting, so we inverted this fair value gap so far, but I kind of want to wait and see what does price do within this higher time frame point of interest at the orb, top of the orb, before I just take the entry. But again, this lines up. If we do get short opportunities, it lines up for the 30-minute range, you know, to get into that discount potentially. Yeah, it looks like we're inverting not one, but potentially even 2 fair value gaps here on the higher time frame, or within that higher time frame. Yes, Slayer. What site is Top Step, Dark Eye? But yeah, if you can have up to 5 Top Step accounts and they'll copy each other. So you'll have one master account and then those other 4 just copy each other. So if you took one NQ trade, those would also take one NQ trade. And then so if you made $1,000 on one account, you're making $1,000 across 5 accounts, right? So it looks like NQ is giving me that entry. Dude, oh yeah, I was about to say, how is it not? And for me, since it's going against the normal trend, I'm taking about half my position size on that and just shooting for nothing crazy. All right, and looks like Bitcoin inverted one fair value gap in the higher time frame point of interest. It's creating fair value gaps to the downside here. We got another one up here. So if it inverts the second one, I think I'll take that trade because now it's inside the orb. And it looks like it's going to give us a short. So this one is inverted. And let's see if we can get a fair value up here too. Dude, we haven't even done any freaking back testing. Let's see the 30-minute time frame too. I'm interested to see how the 30-minute time frame reacts to this fair value gap. Does it inverse it? Like it did on NQ? And then okay. What I would really love to see here on Bitcoin is it start to inverse up. I would really like to see that. Oh, come on, NQ. You're so frustrating. All right, NQ made a fair value up to the downside. I hope it respects that and doesn't invert it. Okay, looks like Bitcoin's potentially going to start inverting some fair value gaps to upside. And it would be doing it in the higher time frame point of interest and the orb high. We've been patient for this. Ah, come on, NQ. All right. Watching to see what we do here. Come on, Bitcoin. Do something. There you go. NQ looks like it's respecting the bearish fair value gap it formed and pushing down. So maybe Bitcoin's going to head down lower. It's retesting the orb high too. So if Bitcoin right now rejected the orb high and then inverted the lower fair value gap, that could be an entry signal for a short to head into the orb then and like kind of shoot for the other end of the orb. We'll see though. All right, Bitcoin. I'm impatient, Bitcoin. Don't hurt me now. Do the first trade of the day on Bitcoin. Where it looks like we're inverting this fair value gap here in this higher time frame point of interest and pushing out of the higher time frame point of interest. So I'm gonna take this one. I've been waiting for it and I've been patient for it. So I think it should be worth the wait. All right, there we go. All right, let's see. First trade, finally we get a trade opportunity. Watch it not tap us in too. That'd be just awesome. I'd be so ecstatic that it finally gives me a trade opportunity and then it doesn't tap us in. Oh, Bitcoin, don't you dare. Oh, Bitcoin, why? Long? Yes, I went long. I went long here. So it inverted in a higher time frame point of interest, it inverted a fair value gap to the upside. I put my limit order in, but I'm not in a position yet. It looks like it might go without me. If it goes without me and inverts the second one, I'll put a new entry on the second inverted fair value gap and see if we can get tapped in there. But right now I'm going long on Bitcoin. It inverted the fair value gap to the upside, pushing out of the higher time frame point of interest. And so this is what I've been kind of waiting for here. And then 30-minute time frame. Again, we're trying to not fight against the ultimate trend here, right? Which the ultimate trend is bullish here. And yesterday, and even in back testing, we've seen what happens when the trend wants to go up. It's gonna typically stay that way. So I'm hoping we get tapped in before it runs, because we wouldn't be shooting for, we would just be shooting for 2.5. Unless we got, like, say, a unicorn set up here too, then we'd take 50% TP and see if we can hold even longer. But I hope it taps us in. Honestly, it looks like it won't tap us in. But it's okay. If it doesn't tap us in, we'll try to, if this one inverts, we'll try to get the entry on this next candle. And really, if that one didn't, we can try this one and then this one if it kept going. So right now, I don't think it's going to tap me in. That's so frustrating. NQ short that I'm taking looks like I'm going to close it. Looks like it's actually inverting to the upside again. We'll see though. It has to close. So think of this in a higher time frame perspective, right? Dark Eye, think of this in a higher time frame perspective. What is the 30-minute doing here? The 30-minute pushed up, made a fair value gap. The 30-minute wants to come and test that fair value gap and then respect it, right? It's gotta test the fair value gap. So essentially on that lower time frame, what I was waiting for is kind of like this push up, fair value gap, test on the fair value gap, and then hopefully a push off that fair value gap. Does that make sense? So I'm thinking of it in a higher time frame perspective of it pushed up. We came to test the fair value gap. And now hopefully we're going to respect it and push off and attack this external range liquidity up here. Okay, so I'm not shooting for much higher than that. I don't even want to go to the, I'm not even targeting the full to the top there. I'm only targeting this little move up here, right? So you got to think of this lower time frame as a higher time frame move, right? Made a fair value gap, then the 30 minutes going to consolidate, test the fair value gap, and then hopefully respect it. But I don't even think I'm going to be able to, I'm not even tapped in, so it might run without us. I'm going to leave my limit order here unless I see it push and then invert that, and then I'll delete this limit order and then adjust it as needed. But we did just form a fair value gap here. Okay. NQ is just being lame right now. So frustrating. I hate it when it just does nothing. Oh man. Bitcoin, you suck. I've been patient. So I'm gonna delete this guy. And then we're gonna adjust for this new candle that looks like it's probably gonna invert the second fair value gap and see if we can catch an entry there. But we need to wait for this to invert. Okay, see what happens here with this candle. I'm watching NQ. NQ is inverting to, so I'm gonna walk, how much do we got? 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay. So on NQ, one thing I'm kind of conflicted on right now is that it's pushing up and inverting this fair value gap here. But on the higher time frame, on the 30-minute, it pushed down, inverted a 30-minute fair value gap, created another 30-minute fair value gap, and then price went into that, pushed off, and respected the 30-minute fair value gap. And so I'm not sure if it would be smart to close my short because it looks like it actually wants to head to the downside on an NQ. And my short would be targeting some external range liquidity down here in these levels. Because it looks like here that price pushed up, tapped into the fair value gap, respected it, and now it looks like it's even gonna go respect it and push it down hopefully further. But now look at the 1 hour on BTC. Oh, is that doing the same thing? No fair value gaps here. But it looks like it wants to head to discount, right? It's tapped into external range of liquidity on these day highs. It looks like it could tap into this discounted range here. Yeah, we could see a correction coming in. A failed auction? I don't think I know what a failed auction is. Maybe with these wicks is what he's talking about, because it like pushed up and failed to close above these highs. These wicks. Is that what you mean, P2P? Like how it's wicking here? Basically, yeah. Okay. Yeah. If 30 minute could invert this fair value up here. Which then for me, yeah, if this fails, and if this goes and inverts this fair value gap, that'd be a signal. Then maybe I go short. I kind of want to see what it does in this higher time frame point of interest. Right? It created a fair value gap, but if this comes back down, fails to invert the second one, and then inverts this one, breaking back into the orb potentially, could give us that short signal we're looking at. Because we did tap into all this external range liquidity and rejected it, right? Rejected that. Yeah, I see it. I could see that too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold on to this NQ short. I think it's a good play. I'm willing to risk what I'm risking. I would love to see this 30-minute fair value gap inverted if we do want to go short. Right, we get an early entry on an inverse on the 5. Inverse on the 5, get an early entry, then the 30-minute inverses this fair value gap. Could be good. Could be good on that. Yeah, that candle up there. That's why it's kind of good to not rush things and like really just, you know, take into account what is the candles telling you. So I see the short opportunity if it does begin to inverse this. Okay, NQ's pumping right now. Back outside the orb. I think I'm gonna get stopped out on NQ. Yep. All right, the short didn't work on NQ. Almost stopped out. There we go, stopped out. Huh. 1 hour on NQ. Okay. Yeah, NQ is actually ripping right now to the upside. Yeah, NQ is about to invert some more fair value ups to the upside, breaking back outside the orb. Yeah, I think NQ's actually about to invert this bearish fair value gap now. All right. We'll see. Being patient here. Still haven't been able to take a trade today on Bitcoin. And maybe honestly by this time it's 11:12. Maybe I just call it today. Maybe I just call it today. Because I don't know if any real moves are going to come from this. There could. But maybe I just call it. And tomorrow we'll probably get a correction, right? Or a direction. I mean, not a correction. But yeah, we didn't even take a single trade today on this Bitcoin one. We could have, right? But I think what I'm seeing here is that price is getting set up for a correction, right? And maybe it'll start that today, and then maybe tomorrow we can take advantage of that direction to discount. Same for the 1 hour, right? It's heading to that discount. We'll see what if it inverts these fair value gaps, and finally gives us that inversion, then I'll be open to it. And it looks like it might close into the orb too. All right. I'm going to put my stop loss up at, put it up here. And then we're going to do 50% because it's going the opposite direction of what the trend is. So we're going to only do 50% of the account. All right, it inverted and broke back into the orb. Let's see if we get an entry here. It might run without us. If it runs without us and inverts this fair value gap, we'll try to enter on that one too. But stop loss would be up at this high here. I could put it at this potential order block right here, but I think I'll just put it at this high, give us some buffer. See if even price will tap us in. Our limit order is right at the orb high, so if it taps us in, hopefully it'll reject, and we'll put TP. Since it's just inverse fair value gap, we'll put TP to the 2, and then this will be the last and only trade of the day. If it gets tapped in, if it works out. So And watch, it's not going to tap us in. Which maybe is the secret. My short is running. Yeah, and maybe it's a maybe it's a signal that it's not going to tap us in. It's like, don't trade today. But I'm just following the candles and the model. My gosh. It got very close. All right, we're tapped in. And we're going to put, all right, stop loss up there, TP. Oh, wow, we're barely making money. Yeah, we're barely making money on this guy. This is why it's hard when the counts is small. Like, we're making $3.23 on this scalp. Like, it's almost impossible to grow the account right now. Yeah. Yeah, true. I think I might refill it. Because it's like impossible to grow the account at the stars. I mean, to get back to, we need like 100 scalps to get back to $100 at this rate. Could be P2P. It could be. I'm on in queue though, so you could be right there. Okay, we inverted this fair value gap, forming a fair value gap here. We seem to be respecting this fair value gap here. Now, hopefully we can push down to the bottom of this 30-minute point of interest and inverting this fair value gap too. Well, to give me good confidence is if we inverted this fair value gap right here. If we can invert this second bearish fair value gap, that'd get me pretty excited for the little scalp.
But NQ right now is diving. Again. We'll see. We'll see what NQ does. What I'm finding is that NQ later in the day, the trades are not very great. It's those trades in the beginning of the day that are really good. Like that one trade I got in the beginning of the day. After the market opened, I got that long. We made like 2K. And I found two, if I can get a trade two on NQ like around 5:30 a.m., you kind of catch that good move before market open. And then usually there's like a one good trade once market opens, I find. And then that's kind of it. Like there's like, and that's kind of it. But then after kind of like you get that one initial move in market open, it kind of just goes choppy a little bit. And then eventually we'll do a bigger move. But then the market closes and then the bigger move kind of comes once the market comes back open. But I tried to be done trading by then. All right. Wow, looks like price just respected that fair value gap very, very well. I would love it if that pushed down and inverted it instead. This wouldn't be a big scalp, but something's better than nothing, right? Profit's profit. I would love this to just scalp my trade right there, targeting this 5-minute external range liquidity and internal range liquidity just right outside of it. So the short scalp, if we wanted to get into it earlier, that would have worked. Would have been right here, this one. This candle. That one would have hit. Yeah. Okay. That one would have hit too. And even this guy, when it scalped here, I think that one would have worked. Let's see. Yeah, that one would have worked too. So once the big pump, all these scalps to the downside would have worked. Those little short scalps. $9,655. Got it. So you're almost wait, I took 97K down to 9655. I don't know if your chart's there yet. On my chart, we're not. Oh yeah, we are there. We are there. 955. Yeah, we're there. Okay, it looks like we're gonna get the scalp potentially if it can push through this fair value gap. And technically, since it entered the orb, if this candle inverts this fair value gap here, we technically could take a second scalp here to the downside. If it inverts and just shoot for the 2 right here.
And the fact that it's breaking back into the orb could give me some confidence to do that. And it's kind of attacking some internal range liquidity. And on the 30-minute time frame, looks like it's inverting this 30-minute fair value gap. This candle. Okay, we're getting really close to our TP here. We got really close to our TP here. Let me see something. Let me see where our chart is at, because I might move stops up to just like, nope. Wait. Why is it? Oh, I have it. Do I have it wrong? No, I have it at the right spot. Okay. We got very close to TP there. I would love to hear the little bloop of our TP. The one trade of the day, at least it's a winner, right? And ultimately at this point, with the 501 mil, it's not really about the profit we're making. It's that the strategy, the model's working, right? That if we can get this TP, that it's like, okay, scalp worked. We're watching it properly. We're watching it the right way. We're reading the charts properly. And I think the fact that these candles are breaking these lows down here, I think it should be able to tap it. It should. Right, and really for me, yeah, like I said, this is kind of like just less about making the big profit and more about, okay, the model's working. We're getting those dubs, right? And I think a lot of you in the Discord, I've been frustrated with that. Like, oh, these wins aren't big. You know, I feel like it's just chipping away. Like, and I think right now, I think the most important thing is, like I've said, do the back testing, get the reps in, get those dubs. And starting to be more consistent with it, right? And this is my first week really diving into this model. I haven't even put in a full week on this model yet. And so I think it's important to just let it build up and let us like get those reps in and get the confidence in. So then when we do start being able to take bigger size and stuff, we have the confidence to do it, right? And then we're more consistent. So I know it's maybe frustrating for some of you guys in like the copy trading and stuff, but I have a system to all this madness. I promise. There's a reason why I'm doing this. Sweet, TP hit, right? That's a great scalp. TP hit. Potentially, I'm not gonna take the second scalp. Thank you. Nice little TP, but there is even this potential second scalp now that we're inside the orb, and we could shoot for the 2 here. I want to see if this one works, because I think honestly this would definitely work, especially that we're breaking structure to the downside. We're gonna target potentially internal range liquidity in the middle line of the orb, but I don't even know if it'll target or tap me in here. But I have a feeling this one will move pretty quickly. And 30-minute looks like it's inversing that fair value gap. So what this gets me excited for tomorrow is I kind of want to be done trading today, because if this starts inversing fair value gaps on the higher time frame, my guess is tomorrow we'll either be heading to discount or already in discount, and we can set up for that long, right? So then we'll be in a great spot to take longs tomorrow. Or if it's not yet in discount, we can target that discount range and take those shorts. So this is kind of, I feel like today was kind of like the setup for tomorrow. There wasn't like a crazy move today. There was like these moves over here, right? But there's nothing really crazy, where I think we're kind of getting set up for tomorrow's move and tomorrow's trading. Tomorrow I will not be live streaming. And tomorrow, depending on I have a big event tomorrow, an IRL event that I'm working on for my job. And so I might not, if I'm like really distracted with stuff, I might not even trade tomorrow. But my goal is to get the event set up. Like, I'm trying to get up at 5 a.m., do the thing I need to do, and then be at the desk by 6 a.m. and trade for a little bit during market open, hopefully catch some scalps, and then I have some things after trading to do. What do you work? I'm actually a youth pastor, so my main job is a youth pastor. That's my main source of income. So I work with middle school youth, and I love it. I love it. But that's also why I kind of started this business, because a pastor doesn't pay the best, and so I needed some other source of income to be able to afford living. And so that's how I kind of got into content. I've been trading cryptocurrencies, and now I'm really trying to make day trading a second source of income, because I can do it on top of having another job, and it more than supports us. And so I'm hoping that I can make this work. And I think for me at this point, it's not an if it's going to work, it's a when. Because I think I'm on the right track. As you guys saw the backtesting data, right? The backtesting data of the strat, like the data's there. The model works. We just got to lock it in, right? We just got to get it locked down, get those reps in, and start seeing it better, right? And I think as we get the more reps in, the more time, the more data, it'll be much easier. So I think it's a matter of not if I'm going to be successful in it, it's a matter of when I'm going to be successful. And my guess is within the month, especially with the mentorship and some of the friends I've made in trading. I think it should ultimately work out. And I'm excited that you guys will be able to see it. It is a bummer that we went through like kind of a, we've been going through like kind of a rough patch of just struggling, right? Trades haven't been that good lately, but I think I'm starting to see that we got a good model coming for us. And like full time, yeah. Like for me over here, I was hesitant on my model because I really wanted to see it work out. But here, if I would have executed on my model on the entire way up, we would have taken 1, 2, 3 trades, and every single one of them would have been winners. So I was being very patient, right? This one was during the live event that I was distracted on. But all these, I was being patient because I wanted to see what price did at Orb. But we could have taken all these scalps, and every single scalp opportunity over here would have worked, because we waited for the higher time frame point of interest, we waited for the displacement, we waited for inverse fair value gaps, and then got the proper entries, right? So yeah, I think I'm getting excited. And even over here, there was a unicorn that I missed, a unicorn setup that tapped in, and then that even ran up. And if we would have set up the unicorn, right? And I'm getting better at spotting these, and I need to get quicker at spotting them. But the unicorn too. Unicorn, tap in at 2R, take 50% TP, trail it up, let it take you up. The unicorn could have given us, a 3.63R. That's a great trade, a great scalp. P2P, I think I've asked this before, and I think I've forgotten, but how long have you been trading again? Nope, I trade for a living, but I'm not a financial advisor. Yeah. 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 I've been trading since 19. Holy crap. Okay, dude, that's sick. That's awesome. So you got experience. You got experience. You know the markets. I love that. I love that. Nah, you're fine. You're fine. You're welcome, dude. I love having you. Seriously, I love having you in the community and in the chat. It's really fun. All right, guys, it is 11:37. I'm going to be done for the day. Okay, it's getting close to the end of my trading day, and honestly, there's probably not going to be any amazing trade that's going to come up. So I'm probably going to call it for today. We've been going since noon, so it's getting to the time to close this all out. We've been streaming now for 5 hours and 15 minutes. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Excited that today we took one trade on our 501 mil. That one trade, dub. And if we would have paid attention to the earlier trades, that would have been 3 more trades, all dubs. That would have been a total of 4 dubs today. But I was being patient. I wanted to see how it played out. I wanted to kind of give myself confidence for the next time it does that same setup, because we clearly read everything correct today. I read everything right today. I think I read everything proper. And so now it's just, now it's just building that confidence and building that data. And so this is day 1 of like feeling pretty good on this model. And I'm excited to do it again. Hopefully we can trade tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see if we can do it. Dark High, I want to encourage you, man. I want to encourage you. Don't get too stressed out. I see that you say you're in debt and stuff, but if I could just encourage you, man, be patient. Don't over trade. Don't like revenge trade. I know you've said that you're trying to work on that, but you got this, man. You can do it, but try not to dig yourself into a hole. One thing I could recommend, Dark High, if you're really starting to dig yourself in a hole, you keep blowing accounts, maybe try to demo trade for a little bit, build up that confidence and practice a model, or do the back testing. I know that probably doesn't sound like fun because you're not going to be making money that way, but that could maybe help you figure out maybe what's going wrong, why you keep losing on trades, why you keep maybe getting stopped out, so on and so forth. So I would encourage you, maybe try demo trading, so you don't keep blowing accounts and just digging yourself in a hole in debt. I'd really, really, really recommend maybe trying to take a step back and maybe do some more practicing and try to build on your model. I can do it. It's just time is running to pay rent, and since then I blow account. But yeah. Okay. Thank you, man. Yeah, dude. I'll be an encouragement. I'll try to be encouraging, and I'll try to be honest too, because I will be honest. I won't try to sugarcoat anything, but yeah, that's why we're doing what we're doing, man. I'm trying to help people learn from my mistakes and help people learn throughout the journey of me trading. And I'm hoping that, from my journey and from my experience, you guys can become even better than I am. So I'm excited. I've been enjoying this. I'll be honest with you guys. It has been fun losing. That's for sure. It's been very frustrating, but I know the work will be worth it, and I know it will pay off once we get it down. So again, thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you for coming in and hanging out. I will see you guys Monday. Will be the next stream. I will not be streaming tomorrow because of the event work I got to do. And I just I don't want to be too distracted while I'm trading, because if I got to balance all that, it just sometimes will get in the way, and I don't want to lose money because I'm trying to balance too many things. So, but I'll see you guys Monday. Monday will be the next time I see you. One thing I've been thinking of adding into the server real fast before I close it out. One thing I've been thinking about adding to the server is on Sunday nights when I do my back testing and some like market outlook for the week, is doing like a call with the community. You guys can come hang out Sunday night, do some analysis with me, check on the back testing, see maybe how I've made some tweaks. And then we kind of hang out. It's a server only thing. So maybe if you're a Twitch sub, you'll get that opportunity to just kind of hang out with me. And it's just for those who are like kind of subbed on Twitch and in that gated portion of the Discord. And you guys can help maybe give me feedback. I can give some feedback. Other people in the community that maybe are even smarter than me, like P2P, he's probably way smarter than me. If he's in there, he can give some feedback maybe. I don't want to put any pressure, but like I would love to start using the power of our community together to help us become better traders as a whole. And so I'm trying to think of ways, maybe throughout the week, maybe it's on Sunday night, but maybe like a Monday or Tuesday evening, we hop in the Discord and we do some back testing and stuff together. And we can help grow each other. And yeah. All right. That was a thought. Let me know in the Discord or in comments or whatever what you think about that. If you would like me to add something like that to the server as something we do as a community. But all right, I'm going to close out the stream and I will see you guys all Monday.